Ladies and gentlemen, we are calling our meeting to order. It is shortly after the 1 p.m. hour. Today is Thursday, November the 14th, and we are here at 901 Main Street in the heart of Old Town Conyers. We're calling our meeting to order. This is our zoning public hearing. In fact, this one is the final one for 2024. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yes, so we have a very robust calendar with a lot of things a lot of business to take care of this afternoon, and we're going to do our best to stay focused and stay on track as we take care of the people's business. So we're calling our meeting to order at this time, and commissioners, I'm calling on you for the approval of the agenda.
So, Mr. Chairman and
Yes.
Commissioners, we have two amendments to the agenda
Okay.
that I would like for you to consider this afternoon. Items 4 and 5
Okay.
have been requested by the applicant to withdraw from the process. They also did not present at the Planning Commission. So my request would be that you amend your agenda to remove items 4 and 5 from
That cuts
today's.
down on time.
Well, sure, it
All
does.
right.
I'd be happy to read out which items those are. We may have to remind as we go through today's proceedings because we do have quite a lengthy agenda. Number 4 is 0 Northeast High Rock Road. It was a request by Tanya Woods for 73 acres of a 253-acre property. It's rezoning case 2024-22. Number 5 was 2660 Southeast Old Salem Road. It was a request by Jared Brody for direct residential for the regarding 55.35 acres property. Those two items, if the board pleases, could move to amend the agenda to remove items 4 and 5 from today.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I move to approve the agenda with the amendment of removing items 4 and 5.
I second the motion.
It has been properly motioned and second that items 4 and item number 5 will be removed from the agenda at this time. Are there any comments or questions? All in favor say aye. Aye. Motion carries. So I think since the executive director has already read out both of these items, I want to say to our audience, out of respect of time, if you're here for either one of those items, you are free to leave at this time if you so desire. Item number 4 and item number 5 on our agenda. And if you would, one more time, just read out the heading of each of those, please.
Absolutely. Number 4 was rezoning case 2024-22. It was a request to rezone from R1 single-family residential to CRS collaborative residential subdivision for a 150-unit single-family residential subdivision. The location was High Rock Road. Item number 5 was case rezoning case 2024-26, a request to rezone from R1 single-family residential to CRS collaborative residential subdivision for a single-family residential subdivision at 2660 Southeast Old Salem Road.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, again, if anyone would like to transition out at this time, this would be the time, the opportunity to do that, and we'll move forward with our meeting. Okay? All right, at this time, we will go to item number 3 on the agenda, which is the approval of the minutes from September 24th, 2024.
I move that we approve the minutes from September 24th, 2024.
I second the motion.
It's been properly motioned and second. Are there any comments or questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. Next, we will have the public relations will give us a presentation on the rules of procedures for public hearings at this time.
Each speaker must sign their name to the appropriate zoning case sheet and fill out a public comment card to register their intent to speak prior to the start of this meeting. Each item of business shall be handled in the order that it appears on the agenda, unless upon motion of the board, the order is changed. A member of the county planning staff will present each item to the board and will provide recommendations made by both the planning staff and the Conyers-Rockdale Planning Commission for each item of business. The zoning applicant or the agent will have 10 minutes in which to make his or her presentation. Any portion of their 10 minutes may be reserved for rebuttal following the opposition to the application. After the applicant's presentation, All registered speakers who wish to speak in favor of the application will then be heard. They will also be limited to a total of 10 minutes. Once the applicant has made his or her presentation and the speakers in favor of the application have been heard, the secretary will then call upon the registered speakers in opposition to the application. The opposition shall likewise be limited to a total of 10 minutes. Once the public hearing portion is closed, no other speakers will be heard. As a reminder, speakers are to address the board and not the applicant or the audience and are expected to conduct themselves in an appropriate manner. The use of abusive or profane language shall not be allowed. No debate or argument between speakers shall be permitted. After all public comments have been heard, the board may elect to hold general discussion. However, no decisions will be rendered at this hearing. Decisions will be made at the next regularly scheduled Board of Commissioners meeting. Appeals shall be filed with the clerk of Rockdale County Superior Court within 30 days after the final decision by the Board of Commissioners.
Okay, and let me just reiterate, there will be no decision made by the board today. We're here to hear from all interested parties. The decision will be made at our regular scheduled board meeting. Our final board meeting for 2024 is Tuesday, December the 10th.
That's correct.
At 10 a.m. So again, there will be no decisions made this evening. The decision in terms of all of the information processed this evening or this afternoon will be made on December the 10th, 2024 at our regular scheduled board meeting. I also want to add that myself and the commissioners, we have been, and let me say it this way, we have been completely inundated with feedback from all across Rockdale County regarding all of these items that we have. So we've heard from you. I've gotten text message on top of text message, email on top of email, and we've received several phone calls. Many of you all have stopped by our offices. So thank you for your feedback. I want to say that, but I wanted to make sure that you knew that we have been, we've heard you. We've heard you loud and clear. Again, we're going to try to focus and get through this meeting. At this time, old business, we'll pick up item number 5 is old business. Our interim director of planning and development, Mr. Christopher Wheeler.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Madam Commissioners. The first item on the agenda is old business. Item R1, case rezoning 22-08. The applicant is Galloway Law Group. Subject property is 1945 Northwest Sigmund Road. The applicant is requesting to rezone R1, the current property from R1 to M1 Limited Industrial for the development of a 180,000 square foot warehouse. Before I go over the actual request, this applicant you have heard before. The applicant appealed your decision. Has been going through the appeal process. The court decided to remand it back to the BOC to hear it again and to make another judgment. So therefore, that's why it's back before you this afternoon, and why it did not go before the Planning Commission earlier this month.
Okay.
This is an aerial map of the subject property. It has frontage along Sigmund Road as well as Farmer and Lester Road. Again, the zoning of the current property is R1, residential, single family. The future land use for the subject property is light industrial, limited industrial. This is the proposed layout that the applicant submitted to staff and to the BOC and to the Planning Commission. As you can see, this is a site plan for 180,000 square foot warehouse. A few things of note: access along Sigmund Road will be for customers and employees. There will be a full access near the intersection of Lester and Farmer Road for trucks. The unloading and loading of warehouse trucks will be located at the rear of the property. Again, just to emphasize that the applicant has indicated that all truck access will be located off of the Farmer Road and Lester Road. No access will be along Sigmund Road. Okay. With all our applications, staff has asked for external reviews from other plan review departments. The only item of note for staff, I believe, is the site requires a sanitary sewer extension. Everything else, no external issues as far as other plan review comments. Therefore, staff did recommend approval of this application with these 3 conditions. And the applicant is here if you have any questions for them.
I want to go ahead and allow you to read those 3 conditions. Go ahead and go through those for us.
Yes, sir. Give me one moment. Condition number 1, the site shall be developed in compliance with the limited industrial M1 zoning district if adopted. Number 2, the applicant shall provide a traffic impact study with the preliminary plat, and any recommendations for improvements shall be required to be shown on the land disturbance permit, LDP. Additionally, as determined by the Rockdale County Department of Transportation, a new study may be required for the development. Any recommendations for the improvements from any new studies shall be required to be shown on the LDP or land disturbance permit. And number 3, development shall comply with the parking requirements as seen in 222-2 of the Rockdale County UDO.
So they haven't done the traffic study as of yet?
Yes, ma'am. They did a traffic study a long time ago, and there weren't any issues as far as regarding the traffic study.
Not even on, okay.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, again, that was part of the original package, and there weren't any issues regarding the traffic because due to the nature of the use itself, it was going to generate a lot of traffic or a level of traffic that one would require additional improvements along access of Farmer and Lester Road.
Even with the trucks?
Yes, ma'am.
Ingressing and egressing off of Farmer and Lester Road?
Yes, ma'am. That was inclusion from the traffic study.
Okay, thank you, Director. So you have you made mention of having the applicant here.
Yes, yes.
Okay, all right. Hear from the applicant.
Members of the board, my name is Woody Galloway with Galloway Law Group. As the staff has indicated, this matter was litigated and has been remanded back to you for consideration of a constitutional classification for the property. We believe that constitutional classification would be M1, as indicated by staff. This proposal is consistent with their recommendation. It's consistent with the land use plan's recommendation. It's also consistent with the zoning of the adjacent property. And the courts, it's also consistent with the court's finding that that the existing zoning was unconstitutional. So with that, I'll be glad to answer any questions you have or reserve the remainder of my time for rebuttal.
Do you have a tenant for the?
Not at this point. We've been in litigation for quite some time. We originally had a tenant, but we feel sure that we will have a tenant once we get through the zoning process. But we've been stymied for a good while. So the property owner has been, carrying this forward. They lost their original purchaser as a result of the denial.
Have you been in contact with Kevin Hanna with the Economic Development Council? I just think that the trajectory of the county is not consistent with a warehouse, and we're trying to do other things that might be more amenable and just as lucrative on the economic development front than a warehouse. We're trying to move the county away from those type of things, and we have plans for other things. And this 12 acres, we just had a development authority meeting last week and a Conyers-Rockdale Economic Development Council this week. And there are industries that are more amenable to what we're trying to do in Rockdale County that we could use this 12 acres for than a warehouse that with trucks and the traffic on Farmer Road and the traffic on Lester Road, things like that, that entire community would not benefit from this, where we can find something else that might be more amenable to this than a warehouse.
So I'm going to give you a chance to answer her first question, which was, have you had opportunity to speak to Kevin Hanna?
The answer is no, not recently. We did a couple of years ago, but we'll be glad to pursue that. The first item of business is to get the property zoned, and then we'll be glad to work with all the parties to try to get. So
let me. I'm going to yield to the commission in just a second. What Commissioner Washington is saying to you, that we have a strategic plan for Rockdale County, which includes economic development, and I think you may be aware of that to some degree. but she's really strongly suggesting that you speak with the Executive Director of Economic Development, Conyers Rockdale Economic Development Council. The Executive Director is Mr. Kevin Hanna. I would strongly encourage you to, between now and the 10th of December, make it your business to get some time, some FaceTime with him, and find out where we're moving and how there may be some common ground interest in terms of even with what you all are doing could match up with some of the vision that we have.
Right, and we might be able to, it might be a different zoning that we might be able to do outside of the M1 that might be amenable to you. If
That's a possibility. We're certainly willing to work with economic development and try to address that between now and the vote. But at this point, we're under a court order and we need to proceed. And we feel like that's the classification that we litigated. And of course, what's before the court is what the existing zoning classification is, which they ruled unconstitutional. But in his comments and all the discussion, it was pretty clear where the direction of the court is. It's up to y'all to what you do with it. Well, and we will work with you after the fact. We're
absolutely clear, and one thing we're crystal clear on is the clock. We're going to make a decision on December the 10th. This board, as it sits right now, won't exist after December. There's going to be a whole new board.
Right.
The fact that you guys have been in litigation, somewhat in limbo, I understand your perspective as well. I'm going to stop here. Commissioner Williams?
Well, I just would like really to have you meet with Kevin Hanna and talk about some of the possibilities, and maybe the possibilities even include that M1 zoning so that it stays limited and, that it moves to limited industrial, which is,
right,
like you said, which is what has been litigated.
And we're willing to do that. We're just, the property owner, this is a family property that's been in their family for a very long time. And a lot of development occurred around them, which was all industrial. And you've got, right, and it's proposed for industrial in the land use plan. So this is all consistent with that.
Right.
But they're also a very reputable, fine family that's willing to do and work with the county in achieving everybody's goals.
Okay. So. Well, again, we certainly do understand the position you're in. From a time standpoint, there may be something at the last minute could happen that could be in your favor and in the best interest of the county and, sure, the community as a whole. I'm strongly encouraging you to take advantage of that time that you have left.
We'll do that.
Director Reel, do we have any?
We did have someone sign up, but on her public comment card, she listed another item. So is Miss Diane Saucier here? Do you want to speak on this item, ma'am, or the other item, item 8? Okay, then we have nobody to sign up.
So okay, and I appreciate that too. So let me say this to you, sir, in the spirit of being aggressive, and I'm going to probably be referencing the clock throughout this whole meeting today. It's 1:23 now. Right now, it's 1:23 according to the clock, and your case is over for right now. Kevin Hanna's office is right across the street. I wouldn't go to Atlanta without stopping at his office. I'd take advantage of all the time that I had if I were you, because again, we're going to make a decision and close out our business as this current board come December the 10th. If anything that happens after that, I won't be here, she won't be here, we won't have a say. So, and chances are you're going to be starting all over again. You just talked about the frustrations of going through the litigation and being in limbo. It's now 1:24.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. The next item on the agenda are R2, case rezoning 2024-21. The applicant is Battle Law. The site address is 1680, 1700, and 1720 Southwest Walker Road. Oh, there you go. The request is to rezone 113.9 acres from AR, agricultural residential, to CRS, collaborative residential. Originally, the request had 175 lots. The applicant has gone back to reduce the lots down to 150 after communicating with several members of the community, and they have added a few extra items on their site plan, which I'll kind of go over. This is again the aerial map of the location of the subject properties. Again, the zoning map is agricultural residential. The future land use map is medium density. This is the proposed site plan. As you can see on the left is the original site plan, 175 lots. Applicants submitted a revised site plan down to 150 lots. A few notes regarding this project, staff is highlighted in red. The updated site plan shows 150 lots with a new gross density of 1.3 units per acre. The updated request to add conditions to add a minimum of staggered setback of 2.5 feet for every other lot, so not to have some different architectural elements, so it doesn't all look cookie cutter as you go down the road, as well as to update the site plan, provided 600 residential spaces and 38 guest parking spaces, as well as they updated their overall secondary conservation area from 27.9 acres to 33.82 acres, as well as from 9.82 acres of additional green space to 10.41 acres of green space, as well as for recreation, they include a community park as well. With all our applications, the staff did ask for external review. There were some concerns from staff, not from staff, but from the residents concerning fire and transportation, as well as environmental issues. Staff did reach out to all of the departments from stormwater to fire and transportation. Again, a lot of those concerns they will be addressed, or they thought it was insignificant to the overall impact of this development. So therefore, staff recommendation for this project is still approval. The Planning Commission did recommend denial of this application.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Do we have the reasons the Planning Commission?
Yes.
denied?
So again, the Planning Commission recommended denial because for the overall, they did not believe the overall proposed use was in keeping with the character of the area. They felt they should have bigger lots, as well as their concerns regarding school impact. That was those are the two significant issues that they felt was reason why they recommend denial for this application.
Commissioner. All right. Who do you have?
The applicant is here to do his presentation, and we do have people to sign up to speak.
Okay, let's hear from the applicant.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
Hope you're all doing well today. My name is Josh Mahoney, attorney at Battle Law PC, 3562 Habersham in Northlake in Tucker, Georgia. This is a matter you all have seen before, so I'm going to go pretty quickly since I know you have a very long agenda today. We're going to be very conscientious of the clock.
Thank you.
This is the Potts family property, and as we've kind of gone through this journey, we've had several iterations of this plan. So today, I'm really going to focus on what has changed, what's on the latest plan. I'll very quickly run through where we've been so that we can focus on where we are now.
Okay.
It doesn't look like it. Thank you. You're familiar with the location of this property. Let's go ahead and jump to the next slide. Now, the land use here is medium density residential. I bring that up because it allows for a density of up to 3.1 units per acre. That's important because, as Mr. Wheeler just said, we are at a gross density of 1.32 units per acre. If you take out all of the conservation area that we're conserving and then do the calculation, we're looking at 1.45 units per acre. So either way you cut it, we're less than half of the permitted density in this area. Let's go ahead and jump to the next slide. This is the zoning. We can go to the next one. Okay, this is where we started. This is that old 205 lot plan. And as we flip through these next slides, I want you to focus in on the southern border of this property, as well as the stream area. Let's go ahead and jump to the next one. So not a whole lot changed there. 205 to 199. That's not a big jump, just 6 units. On the next one, we went down to 193. But then you start to see there at the bottom, at the southern property, we're coming up off that border. That's when Ken Wood, was working with the community and working with the neighbors to come up with a plan that was going to work for everybody. On the next slide, this was our last plan, 175 units. Again, a bigger buffer off that southern border. And then now on this slide, this is our latest plan. So as you can see, once again, we've increased the space from that southern border. We're maintaining the minimum buffer around the entirety of the property is 50 feet. It's actually, I can't even see the line here, but it's very tiny. What that tells you is the buffer to the south is something to the tune of 350 to 400 feet from that neighbor. What we've also been able to achieve by reducing the number of lots on this plan and keeping the lots the size that they are that we've been proposing is we've been able to move those lots further away from the environmental area there in the middle. Those lots are now, like I said, further from the streams and lakes that are there. And what that space will allow for is better protection of that conservation area. So this plan really, in addition to getting closer to the fewer lots that we've heard the community wants, we've also been able to better protect the conservation area. We've achieved that but we're also maintaining the parking that we know the folks will need in this community. We're at over double what is required. That's thanks to the 2-car garages and the 2 spots that you get in the driveway. That puts us at, I want to say it was 640-ish, right around there, which is, I think the required is 330. So well above that. We still got our pool and cabana for the folks who will be living here. And I'm happy to report that the combined conservation area and green space, when you put those two together, you're looking at just shy of 50%. Exactly, I think it's 48% of this property is green. So we're happy to have that number. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide. So we're working with the property owner on this project, and so we've got some sample elevations for you all. We're looking at more of a farmhouse style design. We can go ahead and jump through these. We've got some more, I guess we would say, standard designs as well, but we really introduced a number of these farmhouse designs. This next one here, this one's actually my favorite. Okay. I'm going to go quickly through this part as well. This is from a traffic study that we got. This is back from when the plan consisted of 199 units. So keep that in mind. These numbers projected far more traffic than what we are actually going to produce with our newest plan. I would suggest that going forward, we would get a new traffic study that reflected the 150 units. That is a condition that's in the packet, so we could do that. But looking at the projections here, everything looks to be pretty good, with the exception of Stanton and it's the intersection at Stanton and I think that's Ebenezer. That intersection, I think everyone is aware, is backed up, and it does show here that it would still be backed up. You know, adding the units wouldn't lessen the traffic by any means, but there are mitigation factors that we can take into play should we be allowed to develop the site. And then again, I'll just remind you, these numbers are inflated above what would actually be coming out of the site. Next slide, we've got something pretty similar. The school gave us these numbers when we got the staff report, and the projected enrollment for each of the schools is below the current capacity. This assumed 175 units. So these projected enrollment numbers would actually be even lower. Either way, we would still be below the school capacity for each school impacted by this development. And lastly, so these are the conditions that I had in the site, in the packet. As Mr. Wheeler just showed, these are actually already out of date. We are happy to go along with the conditions that Mr. Wheeler just shared. And with that, I'll take any questions.
I want to be clear on the number of units that you're down to. What is the actual number that
150 lots.
you're down to 150 now?
Yes.
The other question I have for you, and I certainly remember you all being before us before. Tell me about your opportunities to communicate with the community.
So great question. And Ken Wood has really been heading that up, and I think he just walked in behind me. Ken, if you're back there, could you speak to yeah.
Sure. Kenneth Wood, 350 Research Court, Peachtree Corners, Georgia. So my involvement on the previous application was meeting with mostly with Mr. Curran on the property. He's a southern property boundary owner, and being able to walk the property and understand, what were the issues with the Honey Creek headwaters, what were the buffers, what were we talking about, and that kind of led us to the journey of, making the larger buffers. The plan you see today was from actually a call, I guess it was 2 weeks ago, with Mr. Wheeler. Mr. Curran is also Michelle Battle, and we talked about a reduction in the lots and the importance of the headwaters. And so when you see the larger buffer, the really larger buffers now around all the creeks where we took out all those lots, most of the 25 lots were taken out even further from the southern border on both left and right sides, and then all the lots in the middle. So essentially trying to pull away the environmental concerns from the creeks as well.
Have you all had an opportunity to speak with any other residents other than this one resident you made mention to?
No, I have not. Other than that, there was 3 community meetings on previously before we got into those individual conversations.
So, again, I'm going to probably sound like a broken record all the way through this meeting. There's a short window of time before we make it from today to December the 10th. A decision won't be made until then. We have heard from Rockdale County in record number about everything that's on our agenda this afternoon. I strongly encourage you to get to the folks that live in that area. There may be an opportunity for you to find some common ground. The citizens have done what we've asked them to do, and they've reached out to their elected officials. All 3 of us have heard from everybody and their mama in Rockdale County. Sure. I'm strongly suggesting that you don't just talk to one person. There's a lot of folks out there, and a lot of those folks are in here. You need to make sure you do your due diligence in this last stretch of process to communicate with other folks in the community. We won't be doing that here today. You can meet with them outside or after the meeting's over, but you've got between now and the morning of the 10th of December to make that effort. But I strongly encourage you to do so. I'm going to yield. Commissioner Washington, any additional questions?
No, that's what I would suggest also.
Commissioner Williams?
I did have a question. Josh, you mentioned that there was some mitigation for that traffic impact at that corner.
Mm-hmm.
Specifically, what kind of mitigation are you talking about?
The recommendation was to likely change when we got an updated traffic impact study. Mm-hmm. The mitigation would really just be what the traffic engineer recommends. And I'm not sure that I could speak to it. Usually it's along the lines of some sort of a turn lane or something like that for ingress and egress into and out of the property. Mm-hmm. Something like a deceleration lane or something like that could get folks off of the road to lessen the amount of traffic backing up.
Is that included in the current conditions?
There's a condition calling for a traffic impact study to be given to planning staff. And I want to say, Mr. Wheeler, that's when we go to get our plat. So we have to give it to them before plat.
Okay, so those deceleration or ingress-egress lanes would be required if the traffic study recommends them?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
Can we
Go ahead.
can we make it a condition outside of the traffic study?
Yes, ma'am. So it's part of the traffic study. Whatever recommendations, as well as the expertise from RDOT, would require them to adhere to whatever conditions they want to put on the property. But the traffic study is required because it's in our code, so they have to do that. But due to them changing their the overall site plan and the lot requirement, we don't know what the specific recommendations would be for this project, which traffic calming they would ask for. It may, more likely, it probably would be a deceleration lane and so forth, but what specifics we do not know at this time.
Yeah, but what I'm asking is, can we say that we want the deceleration lane without the
That's
traffic
what that's why I'm saying we don't know the specifics, because a deceleration is normally what's been required, but I don't know exactly where that deceleration would be located at.
So, Director Wheeler, I hear you loud and clear, and I also hear the commissioner. Let's put it in there. Let's make sure that it is a condition that's clear. Typically, with this type of layout, the traffic study is going to be a part of it anyway. There has to be ingress, egress. That's just a natural part of the development. What she's saying is, let's make it one of the conditions, and let's just let the record reflect that it will be one of those conditions.
if we approve it. I mean,
Yeah,
Right.
So then my question would be, where specifically would you want a deceleration lane at?
Well,
Because that's what I'm saying. Because even though it probably would be required, I want to be careful of just saying, hey, just put a deceleration lane in
I think
there.
that's a communication piece between you and the Department of Transportation.
Okay.
For the
Yes,
sake
sir.
of this meeting, we're going to keep it moving. But I encourage you to get with the Director of Transportation immediately and honor the request coming from the commission. I want to take a moment to commend you on something too, because I often talk about clear communication and communicating. Obviously, with the reduction of the number of units, there has been some communication, and I really do appreciate that. We appreciate you reaching out. I'm just suggesting that you reach out more than just one person. And you have listened to some degree. You have listened to the community, because you started at you started way more than 199. You've reduced it down to 150, is that correct?
That's right.
So we appreciate that, but you got about 2 more weeks of work to do, so I would encourage you to do that.
Also, at a medium density, it seems like they would be able to put more units by right than what they would have with the collaborative and with the collaborative designation, we at least get to protect the
Conservation.
the conservation zoning. We at least get to protect the wetlands, protect the environment, and do a lot of protection that we wouldn't have if they did this by right, which would be the medium density. So I think all of that needs to be taken into consideration.
Absolutely.
Because they wouldn't have to come before us to get permission to do more houses, actually. They're asking for permission to do something that would actually conserve the green space that we have. So those are the considerations that we as a community need to take into consideration. What is more important to us, conserving the green space, or well, in this matter, it's not even density, because they would have more houses if they develop by right. So.
Well, I just wanted to point out, commissioners, that as we advocate on behalf of our citizens, as we listen to our citizens, we put a lot of pressure oftentimes on developers that come before us here in Rockdale County. When they go back and communicate, when they go back and talk to people, we need to highlight that as well. So I do appreciate you taking the time to reach out to members of the community. Again, there's more people to talk to. There's still some time left, and I encourage you to take advantage of that. But I wanted to say thank you for the level of listening that you've already done. You've reduced your number and your footprint. That matters, and we appreciate that, because sometimes folks are not willing and open to do that. It's all about finding a common ground, and I think that there may be a window of opportunity here, but we don't know. So we'll see what happens.
Thank you. I appreciate the kind words. And to the community who's listening, I'll be outside after the hearing. I'll be handing out business cards, and we'll be setting up a community meeting prior to December 10th so that we can continue to this conversation.
They may not come to you. It's your job to go to them.
I'm going.
Okay.
I'm going. Yeah, we're going to send some mailers out.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Director Wheeler, anybody else regarding this?
So people sign up to speak.
Okay, all right.
We have 5 people signed up, and the first one is Susan Smith.
And before you, let me, because we're going to do this a little bit different today.
Differently?
I've heard from my colleagues, and I'm in agreement with them as the presiding officer of this meeting. Let me point this out, ladies and gentlemen, because I believe in running a fair, equitable, and respectful meeting. But let me just go ahead and say this. We don't need 20 people to come up and tell us that a banana is yellow. We don't need 20 people to tell us that a banana is yellow. If the first speaker comes up and articulates the same sentiment and the message that you're sending, that's good enough. Now, how many you have so far?
5.
So let the record reflect that on this matter, we have 5 people who are in opposition.
Yes.
I don't need 5 people to say the exact same thing over and over and over again. I say that respectfully. Now, I'm not going to deny you the opportunity to speak. I'm asking you to go into your old school wisdom like I do and use a little common sense here. I know the banana is yellow. I don't need 25 people to tell me that the banana is yellow. We'll be here all night. First speaker, please.
Susan Smith.
Ms. Smith, welcome, and know that you're speaking on behalf of many other people.
Excellent. And forgive me, I'm going to be reading so that I'm respectful of the time.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Susan Smith. I live at 1800 Walker Road, and I have not been contacted by Ken Wood or anyone from the law agency. I appreciate the chance to address you today, though it is frustrating that after more than a year of community resistance, we're still fighting this rezoning attempt. I'm here to oppose unequivocally the rezoning of the land adjacent to my property on 2 sides, and I am not on the southern side. The plan to transform these almost 114 acres to a medium-density subdivision of 150 homes now would permanently alter the fabric of our community. Our county's roads, water system, and public resources are already stretched thin. Adding this kind of density of development is reckless and irresponsible, especially with the other zoning efforts underway within a 10-mile radius. Combined, these developments would add up to over 2,000 new homes, which would flood our roads, choke our schools, and strain emergency services, all beyond what our county can reasonably handle at this time. We are not prepared nor equipped to absorb this influx. Beyond the strain of infrastructure, the environment impact of this development could be devastating. This land sits within a sensitive watershed, and a project of this scale risks significant flooding and long-term damage to an ecosystem that quite possibly includes a variety of potentially endangered aviary species. Such irreversible damage to our natural environment cannot be ignored in the name of profit. Let me make it clear. My neighbors and I came to Rockdale because we value its quiet, family-friendly character, a rare place where community still means something. The family responsible for this property no longer live here, nor do they contribute to our community. Their motivations are profit-driven without regard for the repercussions their project would have on those of us who actually remain. Over the past year, this community has offered reasonable alternatives, proposals for smaller, sustainable development plans that preserve our rural lifestyle while accommodating modest growth. But these have been ignored, with the developers bluntly stating they can't make money on a smaller community, family-friendly project. In addition, during the September 12th Planning and Zoning meeting at our 4-minute 27, second 51, Attorney Battle stated that the Potts family met with our chairman to discuss the situation. There's no record nor any transcript of this meeting. And let's be real. If this rezoning passes, the original developers are likely to come back taking full advantage of the approval to carry out their vision on their terms, leaving our community powerless. This is a shameless disregard for the voices of the people who live, work, and care deeply about this area. We have seen too many instances of medium-density developments pushed through under the banner of progress. But here in Rockdale, this is not progress. This is exploitation. A calculated attempt to cash in at the expense of our quality of life, safety, and environment. I urge you to reject this proposal and stand with the community you took an oath to represent, not against. Do not allow greed to override our rights, our home, and our future. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith.
Next speaker, Chris Curran.
Good afternoon, Board.
Good afternoon.
I'd like to reiterate what Susan just stated in that this applicant has not reached out to the community for more than a year. I was the one who reached out to them a few weeks ago to try to find some common ground. Ultimately, we did not.
Okay.
I have emailed this board many times over the past years, recently as this morning, with some details about what we're about talking about here today that we don't have time to get into right now. The EPA considers groundwater pollution from suburban runoff as one of its highest priorities. As I have extensively documented with the help of George Kelichek over the past year, Potts Farm lies almost entirely within the headwaters of our watershed. Allowing a development of this scale in this environmentally sensitive area is a disaster waiting to happen on the biolab scale of problems. The watershed Potts Farm sits in impacts many hundreds of homes, perhaps more than 1,000. If that watershed becomes contaminated or destroyed, we're all screwed. This board has an obligation to prioritize the safety of the community over the profits of any single entity. Moreover, this board and community are under no obligation to ensure a developer can make a desired profit or to make the Potts family millionaires while allowing our watershed to be destroyed. This rezoning request is based on a D.R. Horton plan that has been rejected multiple times for more than a year. D.R. Horton abandoned the project in July, we believe due to the significant environmental challenges presented by this property. However, this rezoning request is being made without a developer, reusing the failed D.R. Horton plan. There will be no developer to question, no developer to hold accountable. There is no developer. This community does not support the open-end development plan or these front garage homes. As documented in my emails to this board, Potts Farm sits among old-growth pine, is home to endangered species, and is considered rare and worth protecting. In June of 22, the president signed an executive order to inventory and protect old-growth forests nationwide. Our property, my property, and the adjoining Potts Farm have hundreds of old-growth pines, documented in my emails I've sent earlier. Developers claiming that there's a housing shortage is a red herring. There is no shortage. What we have is an economy issue. Experts believe there is a bubble forming and about to pop. There are more than 300,000 homes, new homes, sitting empty in the southeast, and a record number of existing homes are for sale now. That's higher than the excess in 2008 before that bubble popped. I'm going to quote, "Home builders and investors rampantly speculating in this housing market the last 3 or 4 years, and prices went far above what locals can afford, creating a bubble. Moreover, there are approximately 6,500 home sites here in the Rockdale County that haven't even started building. We can't know the impact of these unfinished projects on our already struggling infrastructure, so continuing down the current path is reckless and irresponsible." Regarding fire safety comments made earlier, my son is a fire department lieutenant and teaches ISO certification. I believe the current county ISO report is fraudulent and that it is based on incomplete data in violation of current standards for same. I am pursuing this with open records request now. The traffic studies being mentioned do not take any other development in the area into consideration, including the one a half a mile from this proposed development of a 93 home site. You cannot rely on these traffic studies if they don't include everything. In conclusion, this community is not against development. No one expects things to stay the same forever. We welcome responsible development from a responsible developer. There is no developer here. The Potts family is leaving the county and trying to sell at the highest bidder, maximizing their profits without concern for the environment or the community. Over the last few planning meetings, the applicant has had bucolic speeches read into the minutes telling us that things change and can't be the same forever, and then launch into a brief history of time telling us how hard they've worked the past 100 years. Those are from the Potts family member, Daryl Huckabee. Allow me to read something else Mr. Huckabee wrote in July of 2020 while living here. "Lives will be much better for black people now. They will start marrying their baby mamas, raising their children to respect the law, and graduate from school and stop depending on the government for support. Problems all solved now that this oppressive historic statue is gone. These people could care less about our community or our environment. Deny this request and send a message that their days of white privilege are over here."
So let him, I want to get him back to the microphone just for a second. You can take a deep breath. I got a question for you. Take a deep breath.
I'm sorry.
Don't be
I only
sorry.
found out about this.
Don't be sorry. Be better. Just take a deep breath. I got a question for you. Breathe.
Okay.
I'm just curious to know what would be your recommendation for the property. I'm just like to hear what you think.
Well, prior to finding out that most
Just
recent
give me your recommendation,
missive,
Mr. Curran.
less than 100 homes.
Okay, thank you.
We tried to meet that when we met.
You gave me your number. Thank you so much. All right, next speaker, please.
Karen Woodall.
Real quick, we don't have much time. What he met with them, nobody's reached out to our family either. And what he tried to meet with them was 75 homes at R1, and that was denied. So it's a look for money. The other thing is the pictures that they showed, the new pictures, they're not what's like the other subdivisions around. And I brought some pictures. This last one is of the brand new homes on the end of Walker Road. Big, large, on 1 to 5 acres. That's what we're looking for.
Okay.
You know, 75 homes on these big lots. That's what we have, and that's what we want to keep.
Okay.
So that's all I got to say.
Okay, here's what I want you to do. Come get this one. I want you to hand it to the gentleman that was speaking on behalf of the battle firm. That way he'll see exactly what you're interested in. He don't have to guess. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Absolutely. Next speaker, please.
Jamie Mann Jones.
It's okay.
Next speaker, please. Don't worry about it. I'm running the meeting. I got it. Absolutely.
Hello.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
This is on behalf of my father, who has family generation, probably about 5 generations, been here in Rockdale County. His health is...
And what's your father's name?
James Mann.
Mr. Mann.
Yes, sir.
Yes, very familiar.
Yes, sir. He cannot be here today. His health has declined greatly, and some question of it is about our water and what's in it, as to what could be causing that problem. So that's an issue I would love to have raised and talked about. This is his words. Not too long ago, Rockdale County and the city of Conyers were communities. People were moving here because of the quality of life, the schools, the churches, and the feeling of being part of a neighborhood and something bigger than themselves. We are sitting here today because our elected officials have lost sight of what it takes to be a real community. We have now become a bedroom location for the metro area, increasing taxes, utilizing any undeveloped acreage for how much money it can generate rather than what is in the best interest of the people who already live here. There needs to be more consideration for improving rather than taxing. Everyone needs to take a step back and start doing the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's going to wrap up we've heard enough on that one. That's going to wrap it up. We need to move to the next item.
Can I ask?
Commissioner, go right ahead.
So this is zone medium density?
No, ma'am. It has so it's zone agricultural residential, but the future land use is identified as medium density. So the county has identified it for it to be developed at 2 to 4 units per acre of single family homes.
So would it have to be rezoned to do the medium density? Or
No, ma'am. It doesn't have. It will have to be. Yes, it will have to be rezoned to do medium density because currently, as a zone right now, agricultural residential, the lots are too big for it to get the density between 2 to 4 units. So that's why the applicant is doing CRS. Within, they would be able to do the density between 2 to 4 units per acre.
So if they rezone R1, what's the density in R1?
I do not know off the top of my head what the calculations would be the density for R1. I would assume it probably would maybe be 1 unit. Well, I don't know.
Just let them know that you get back with them on that number because you don't want to assume that the public didn't get it.
But if they rezoned it R1, they're in no obligation.
Excuse me, just a moment. Excuse me, somebody's up here speaking, you need to be quiet. Show somebody the same respect that you want to be shown if you were up here speaking. If you disturb it again, you're out the door.
Thank you, Deputy.
Thank you. So if they rezoned it R1, the buffer, they don't have to keep the buffers, and they don't have to keep the wetlands and all those things that they're trying to avoid? Because
yes,
it's
ma'am.
a collaborative subdivision,
Yes, ma'am.
they can tear all of that down by right once it's
You can't tear it down by right. It's specifically, the CRS identifies certain environmental sensitive areas to be conserved for conservation space. So that requirement would be taken off. Now, again, they were still wouldn't be able to build within the wetlands or stream buffer because those are our county ordinance. However, the necessary green space that we were required, they wouldn't have to adhere to that. So the 30% required green space, that's required by CRS. That's not a requirement for R1 zoning.
Okay.
Commissioner Williams, did you have any comments? So I do have a closing comment on this one before we go to the next item. As with many of the properties in Rockdale County, and I've heard all of the sentiments, I've heard tons of it, but I do, and in fact, what I'm about to say came out from one of the speakers a moment ago. At some point, this property is going to be sold. At some point, this property, like many others, are going to be sold. Because I understand that. It's one of the reasons why I strongly encourage all of the developers that constantly come to Rockdale County to speak, to talk, to communicate with the community, to try to reason, to try to find common ground. Whether it happens in 2024, 25, 30, 34, 30, 35, 50, 54, 50, 55. Guess what's going to happen? It's going to get sold. Change is going to happen. Now, talking with the community and coming together and collaborating on what that change look like that benefits the community, that's what has to come to an understanding. And it's from the board standpoint, whether it's this board or any future board, it's really not about economics in terms of a profit for anybody. We want what's right for the community. We want what's best for Rockdale County. But understand, at some point, everybody in this room has a birth date. Everybody in this room also have a death date. I don't know what my death date is, but at some point, the property that I own, somebody's gonna get rid of it. It's gonna be sold, and there ain't anything I'm gonna do about it. It may 10 years after, 20 years after, 30 years after I'm gone, change is going to take place. And a good bit of the things that matter to me that's hanging on the wall in my house, it may not matter to my children or grandchildren. Somebody's going to trash some of that stuff. Ain't nothing I can do about it. Why am I saying this? We have to think about today, and we have to give consideration to the future of Rockdale County. Whether it's this board or the future board, something's going to have to happen. That means people got to talk. People got to communicate. I'm gonna stop there. We got a busy meeting here.
Yes, sir. Next item is RZ 24-17. Applicant is Inline Community. Subject property is 320, 460, and 470 Honey Creek Road. The applicant has a case before you, this application before you this evening to rezone 285.68 acres from agricultural residential to CRS collaborative residential for the development of a single-family detached residential development for a total of 318 units. This is the subject property. The property has frontage along Honey Creek Road, and I'm sorry, I cannot remember to read the last part. Good Road, please. Next is the current zoning map. Again, the subject property is zoned agricultural residential. This is the future land use map. Future land use map is medium density residential. This is the proposed site plan the applicant submitted for consideration. Just to highlight a few areas of note, the applicant is looking to develop 3 different styles of lots. One lot in red, those is 100-foot wide lots. Minimum lot sizes will be 22,000 square feet. The Lots located in yellow, those are 100 feet long, wide lots as well, but the minimum lot sizes for those will be 14,000 square feet, while the lots highlighted in gray, those would be 80 feet wide lots. Minimum lot size for those is 11,360 square feet. The proposed density would be at 1.3 units per acre. The future land use map, again, just to highlight, medium density allows for 2 to 4 units per acre. Also wanted to note that the total conservation for the conservation acreage for this project will be 42.1 acres. Secondary conservation area for this project will be 61.42 acres for secondary, and for a total for additional green space will be 12.21 acres of green space. With all our applications, staff has asked for external reviews to provide their comments. The comments of note that staff wants to point out from the Water Resources Department, the nearest basin, Honey Creek, does not have the sewer capacity for this project, so the applicant would have to pump to the Snapping Shoals sewer basin. So if I can go back, so instead of going south, they would have to go north and east, east across to that basin, which is the Snapping Shoals sewer basin. So Water Resources indicated that they have the capacity for this project, while the Honey Creek does not have the capacity for this project.
And that would be at the cost of the developer.
I did not know, and I did not get into the specific details.
The county's not going to do that.
So transportation did indicate that streetlights and traffic calming are required for all new developments for this. So therefore, the staff did recommend approval of this project, and the applicant is here I'm sorry, I apologize, I jumped ahead. The Planning Commission recommended denial of this project. The Planning Commission highlighted 2 areas of concerns. One is the incompatibility of adjacent residential lots and burden that would be on the existing streets.
Okay, Commissioner Washington.
So have we addressed, or do we have a plan to address the conditions of the road that was giving the roads the ratings that they were at before?
Yeah, from the previous one, yes, but not for this. And again, I apologize. I forgot to mention. So this site plan is a revised site plan from the original one that the Planning Commission saw. There is a plan to address it, but that would require a new traffic study, which the applicant has indicated they will provide.
So we don't know what the plan to address it is?
It would be addressed in the traffic study.
And that traffic study will be available before December 10th?
I highly doubt that.
Okay, well, then that puts a burden on the decision made by this,
Sure.
that's to be made by this board. Because
this was originally, our biggest reason for denying was the traffic and the plight of the road. So without knowing how this is going to affect the traffic, I don't see how we could get around that and just say, yes, we'll take the development, and we know that there's a problem with the road. So
is the applicant here?
I believe so.
Let's hear from the applicant, because Commissioner Washington is spot on. We talked about this, and we're running out of time.
Kenneth Wood, 350 Research Court. I'm going to kind of walk through why this project is different. We do have a traffic study. It was submitted at the 380 lots. We submitted a couple of days ago the revised trip generation, and I can walk you guys through exactly the traffic improvements that we're going to do on this.
Okay,
The exact traffic
walk us through.
improvement. The revised trip gen? Either yesterday or the day before. I'll make sure you got it. They just finished it. But it's I know what it says.
Hey, so Director Wheeler, is there something you need to let us know? Come on up and talk to us.
So I was just made aware it was submitted to me yesterday. So
you've not reviewed it?
No, sir. I have not had transportation review it as well too. So I will get with transportation right now.
So look, come on back up. You submitted the paperwork on yesterday to our Planning and Development Department? Is that what you're telling me?
Once the lots were reduced, we have a traffic study.
No, sir.
Oh, yeah, yes, I
This is,
sent it back in.
come on up to the mic. This is clear communication, and
Yes,
and
I've
a lot of
emailed back
a
over.
lot of the discipline that I'm doing right now can help you, but you got to be careful and listen to what I'm saying to you.
Sure, yeah,
I'm
yes, I
watching
emailed
the
it.
clock. Did you submit
Yes.
a new traffic study on yesterday?
The revised
The answer is
318 trip gen, yes.
Okay, stay right there.
Okay.
Did you turn it into our office on West Avenue?
No, I just emailed it to.
Okay. So in fairness to the department director, you have not officially handed it to their system, and he's not had an opportunity to review it. I've got to be fair in my internal operation as well.
Sure.
And, as much as we want to expedite on behalf of folks who are looking to do business with the county, we've got to follow the procedures here. So I'm going to yield and say this, Commissioners. Director Wheeler, what is your pleasure?
I would need to review it and then see if I can get a comment, a cursory review or some review from Director Kelly at this point in time. Don't know exactly what's the difference in it.
Okay, so here's what I'm going to recommend. It's still business hours. It's 10 after 2. Go somewhere privately, get a hold of Director Kelly, and beam him up like Scotty. Get him in here.
Yes, sir.
Get him on the phone. Make a decision. We need to figure out what we're going to do because we're running out of time. I wouldn't say another word if I were you. Ms. Denise, come on up. Let's get to another person. I would hold tight because this could work out in your favor, but if you say the wrong thing, it could blow up in a whole different kind of way because we're running out of time.
Understood.
Okay.
Did you want the people or in
Let's
opposition?
go ahead and hear from the people. Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Thank you.
so first speaker is Cheryl Moulton.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
As you all know, my name is Cheryl Moulton, and I have resided at 3305 Squire Lane for 34 years. This is the back side of my property, at the toe of the lake. Today, I respectfully stand before you all in opposition of this rezoning project. The planning department gave approval. Originally, they gave a denial. They came down on their lots, so now they're approving it with conditions. Our concern is that dam. Yesterday, you probably read a story about Lake Dow, how the Homeowners Association of 30 years now sent the homeowners a $29,000 bill per acre that they're going to owe to repair their dam. That cost to them is $8 million. I have been communicating with the developer, and from what I understand, this dam repair that has not been touched since D.R. Horton had the submittal is $3 million. Not that much difference. This is a 25-acre lake. The Planning and Zoning Commission recommended denial on their staff report per Stormwater Department. As Chris iterated, the sewer is not available on site and would have to be pumped all the way up to Ralph Road, 2 miles away, uphill to the Snap and Shoal Sewer Basin because Honey Creek is not available. The zoning of this 285 acres from AR to CRS would be a deafening bottleneck to the traffic, as we've already discussed, to a 3-mile area of our already congested 2-lane roads, placing 1,200 cars per trip, leave in, come back home. Only one car would be 1,200 trips. So double that because you're gonna leave twice and come back. If you have school children, you're gonna pick them up, you're gonna go to the store, you're gonna go run errands. So you might as well say 4,800 times on Honey Creek alone. There's 3 entrances on Honey Creek and 1 from Good Road. As Miss Washington stated, those roads are crumbling and they're in dire need of repair. That's the side the dam is on. The 25-acre lake holds over 7 million gallons of water, which 1 acre of water covers a football field at 1 foot deep if that dam ever broke. As you know, Squire Lane washed out in the last 100-year flood in 2019. It took 3 years to repair and open December of 2022. We like having 2 ways in, 2 ways out to our subdivision. If that dam breaks, it would flood out Good Road, Ebenezer Road, Honey Creek Golf Community, down to Troop Smith, and flows to the monastery. Even at 318 houses, we would like a little bit more of a lower house count to cut back on traffic, to cut back on impact, and that we request as our community, because that's in a FEMA floodplain, once it leaves the dam and the tows that floods all the way downhill, we request that you put a condition that that dam is repaired prior to any development. You're going to have impacts of deliveries, trusses, trucks, logging trucks. That's 284 acres. That is the biggest stock, I hate to sound silly, of loblolly pines, and we've got the biggest stock of white-tailed deer that come up in my backyard and eat. I ask that you oppose this, either defer it, see if we can't work a little bit further on a house count that we're satisfied with, the traffic report, and the new dam report that was just done that we still have not seen.
Ms. Moulton, what would be your recommendation on a house count? Let me hear that number.
It's 284 acres, so right now we're zoned R1. Behind it on Squire Lane, I believe Honey Creek is R1 as well. Good Road is R1.
What's your number?
My number? You got to minus out the 25-acre lake. You got to minus out the 75-foot buffer.
I just need a number.
I'm thinking of a number. 7, right? 13 is a magic number. From 318, 200 would be fair. 250 would be fair. Miss Williams had commented when D.R. Horton was in that said this is a beautiful piece of property.
It is.
It's a stately.
Let me say this, Ms. Moulton, and first of all, thank you, and I think you did a great job articulating your message and representing your community. You brought out a lot of very valid points. A lot of those points, the 3 of us are keenly aware of already.
Yes.
We're very, very aware of those. One of the reasons I asked, I wasn't just asking for your number just to be asking. I think in the spirit of communication, the developers need to hear what the community is thinking. So I also encourage you, because you did a great job and everything you said is very valid, and I hear you loud. We hear you loud and clear. But there's an opportunity for you to speak with the developer at the appropriate time as we move the clock toward December 10th. Commissioner Washington?
Let me just say, I do speak with Brian.
Okay.
From Inline.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm going to keep it moving. Tell me where we are. Commissioner Washington, did you have something additional from Ms. Moulton? Okay.
Yes, sir. So we did speak to Director Kelly, and Director Kelly is having any concerns regarding the layout of the development. He just asked for enough setback for the actual housing, because he does plan on doing some improvements to Honey Creek Road. That's part of the transportation plan. But other than that, he didn't have any major concerns regarding the project.
Gould Road? Gould Road was the one that had the biggest concern.
Okay, well that's okay. Understand.
So here's what we thank you, Commissioner. Here's what we're going to do. When you take your seat again, Director Wheeler, make sure you or one of your team, go ahead and send Director Kelly a text message or something. He needs to, what he said to you verbally, he's the Director of Transportation. So he needs to put that in writing. He needs to send you an email saying such.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Understood.
I'm clear on that now, because, and the reason I'm documenting this, because I don't know what's going to happen here. I don't know what's going to happen between now and the 10th. I don't have a crystal ball.
No, yes, sir. No, I mean, anytime I do talk to any other departments, we do ask for it to be put in writing. So
Yes, sir.
therefore, you're not taking our word for it, but you're taking the word for it. That's part of our technical review sheets.
Absolutely, absolutely.
So I would ask that you also ask him to include the plan for Good Road.
Yes, ma'am. No,
So
I
that-
will ask and
so
for him
that
to
we
put in
know
writing.
both.
Thank you,
Honey
Commissioner.
Creek and
You're
Good
absolutely
Road as
correct.
well too. Yep.
All right.
My biggest issue, like Ms. Moulton said, is that dam. Right now, from what I understand, the current owners are not in a position to provide almost $3 million to repair the dam. That's not county property. So we wouldn't, that's not anything that we could repair. So unless we do something that can help repair the dam, just like you said, everything that you said is vulnerable to that dam being broken, and we know it's in disrepair. So that's another thing that we had to keep into consideration when we talk about improvements. That's not our dam, and we wouldn't be able to fix it if something were to happen, because we don't have the rights to fix it. So what I would be amenable to making that a condition upon approval, if we approve, that before they can pull building permits, they would have to fix the dam. So that would be one of the things that I would think about. That would be my concern and issue.
Thank you, Commissioner. Director, where are we at this point?
We still have public comment cards for people to speak.
Okay, and I'm going to also afford the opportunity for the developer to come back up. But go ahead with the public comment cards.
Next speaker, Norman Stanley Hill.
Mr. Hill, come on up, sir.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for letting me come before you and voice my concern about the Honey Creek Road, Cowan property. My name is Stan Hill. As I said, I reside at 490 Honey Creek Road, on about 1.3 acres adjoining the Cowan property on the back side of my lot. I am here to voice my opposition to the proposed subdivision on the Cowan property. I, like many others that had come before you, opposed to this bill. My wife's grandparents built the house that we live in now for about 40 years. They built it in 1931 and resided in it for 55 years. So the home is now nearly 100 years old. So mentioning that is to let you know that we have history with Rockdale County and with Honey Creek Road area and the Cowan property. We decided to move into this home because of family history, a rural area setting, and no homes that would be behind us. We get to enjoy the various wildlife that cross our property, deer, raccoon, rabbits, and birds of all kinds, of which we care for by having feeders for them animals. Gosh, we got probably 12, 15 bird feeders and bird houses. And with this build behind us, that would virtually make these animals and birds disappear. I'm condensing my talk down a little bit because Mrs. Moulton has hit on a couple of items. I don't want to explain the color of a banana again.
Thank you, sir.
There are 3 homes within a half a mile of us down on Honey Creek Road that is new homes that have been built. It's on the corner of Honey Creek Road and Troop Smith Road, across from the Cowan property, where they propose to have entrances into that Cowan property if the subdivision comes about. And these 3 homes are selling between $522,000 and $575,000. 3 homes, Honey Creek, number 121, 123, and 125 Honey Creek Road. They've been on the market for a good while. 121, house number 121 has been on the market for 90 days. 123 has been on the market for 103. And 125 has been on the market for 245 days and have not sold. So that's kind of leading back to the Cowan property. With these homes in this price range, and as I understand it, with the new count of 318 on the Cowan property, they would fall in line with about that same price of home. So it would be a concern to me that they could sell them, my opinion. Actually, these 3 new homes have 2 acres each. That's 1 home on 2 acres each. One last thing, I concur with Mrs. Moulton on the amount of homes on the Cowan property proposed. I would say that 200 would be a fair number. And that's all I have. Thank you.
I appreciate your time and coming out, and I also appreciate you sharing the history of your family and your wife's grandparents and the property. That matters a lot to Rockdale County. Absolutely. Thank you so much. Next speaker, please.
Catrice Browner.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Catrice Browner. I moved to Rockdale about 8 years ago. And much with many of the people who have spoken today, I concur. So I'm not going to repeat that. So I just really want to speak from a personal point of view.
Yes,
this is
ma'am.
my husband. I guess he has something to say as well.
How you doing, sir?
But just from my personal point of view, I'm a United States Army disabled veteran.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you, with PTSD. And the purpose of me actually moving to Rockdale because of the more suburban rural area. I felt that it was a more quieter area. We live right at Ebenezer and Honey Creek. So with that type of congestion, with that type of mass building, it would be, a lot going on. I understand with the traffic, where we're used to 4-way stop signs, there's going to be traffic lights, there's going to be extra time taking to get home. So that's all I want to say.
Thank you so much, sir.
I just wanted to speak on which property is this way? Is the Cowan would be this way,
As opposed to.
and then the other property is to the west. We're in between it, and then see where the dam she's saying is right there, and it's more so not scaring me, but I didn't know that the dam was over there until you spoke on it, and I really don't think that it'll be. I say maybe 150 houses, because that traffic and because it's already two lanes on both ways. Coming from 138, if 138 have a traffic accident, you can see all the traffic. It just be so terrible all the way back through. I was just saying, I appreciate this time, and I just hope that we can figure it out.
Well, we certainly appreciate both of you all waiting through our meeting and having an opportunity to speak. We hear you loud and clear, and I think that there's an opportunity with this subdivision, or this community, should I say, Again, I give Ms. Moulton a lot of credit because she pointed out a lot of very valid points that all three of us are very aware of. There's an opportunity for you all to meet with her as well as the folks who are interested here. But I didn't have to ask you for your number, so you gave your number too as well. So thank you so much. Thanks to both of you. All right, and who's up next? That was the last one?
Could I say one more thing?
Go right ahead, sir.
I can tell when they're cutting the trees out.
Yes, sir.
Because the deers come across through our yard, and they come through our yard. The birds. That's when I know something not right, and they always go across through our yard back to get to the water. They get the water and come back. But I didn't know that dam was over there. And before they do anything, please fix that because we right there. And if that water break, my whole family gone.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. We hear you loud and clear. Thank you so much. Okay.
Did you want to hear from the applicant?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Executive Director Relish. Certainly want to hear back from the applicant. Mr. Applicant, let me say you've had a chance to hear earful, and you've had a chance to kind of caucus with Mr. Wheeler and Director Kelly as well about the traffic piece, so he's cleared that up. What say you at this point?
Sure. Can I get this? Is that our presentation? Can you go? I just want to make sure we can get to the. So this is the property. I'm going to kind of cut out this just to go. The next slide shows you guys this was the original proposal.
I'm going to ask you to either pull the mic to you or
sorry.
lean to it a little bit.
Is this better?
Yes, sir. Thank
So
you.
this was that original from a couple of years ago, the 540. So what I'm going to present today is very different, and I think everything that you heard is why this project should get approved. It is the project, the right project for this land. Can you go to the next one? This is the showing the zoning, and the next slide shows the medium density. Basically the land use for this, we're at 1.1. So I want to make sure agricultural is 1.0, 286 acres. So I think we all forget how big this land is. So we're asking for 318 homes. We were at 380, and what I thought was a really good plan. We heard responses from the community, responses from you guys about, bigger houses, bigger lots, and I'm going to show you that. More trees behind lots. So this is our current plan. So it's 318 total homes on 286 acres. So that's 1.1, barely above agricultural. We have a huge problem, and it is a Category 1 state dam. It is regulated, and it's failing. It has seepage in the toe. We spent $80,000 with Schnabel to get a report, field visits, pricing, $3 million to repair it. The owners cannot repair it. At 318, it's not easy to repair it. Obviously, just do the math. 318 is $10,000 a lot. That's a lot of money just to repair the dam. So we have a huge task in front of us. Inline, as a reputable developer, they've done a ton of stuff in and around and inside Rockdale County. They're willing to take that on. We have over 40% of open space, and if you look at our new plan, everything on the top on Good Road, those are half-acre lots. So that's basically an R1 lot. And we purposely, unlike any other plan you've seen, we did not connect to that south. So that's why there's only 59 lots accessing Good Road, because we knew there was an issue with Good Road. And so we did not want to provide an impact there. And I think that's what you'll hear from the director. On the bottom, we left 3 access points for the remaining homes. Those are 100-foot wide homes too. So 70% of all our homes can be side loads. And I'll show you the pictures of those. The homes on the right are 80-footers. If you look at the neighborhoods to our south and most of the stuff to our east, we're now bigger than a lot of those lots. They were zoned, I know, back in the day when it could be 10,000, but now our homes, our widths are bigger than most of those surrounding. When you're looking at the plan, the 3 access points, we will have left turn lanes and decel lanes on all of them. So we'll have full road improvements there going through it. Why would be the reason that you would want to be here? Different than the sales that we heard about, there's not something being sold, is this thing is fully amenitized. It has so much saved tree. You can see in the backyards, there will be tree save in between backyards to backyards. We have a 100-foot buffer around the entire lake. Everybody can use the lake. We have a major amenity package the size of a football field with a field. And then we have an amenity center with a big clubhouse, docks. You can paddleboard, you can canoe. This is the place that I think would be really cool to live in. It's a 20-acre lake. So you can fish in it, you can hang out in it. but we have a problem with the dam. The dam is a real problem, and we're super aware. You can see all of the headwaters. We've stayed completely away from everything and really trying to bring a resort-style, good-looking project. If you can go to the next slides. You can see these are the densities around us for all the subdivisions. We're lower than all of them by a good bit, 1.1. If you can go to the next slide, this is our open space. You can see how little of the footprint is actually a lot, and that's just a lot. The house is much smaller on that lot, so it'll be even more green. If you can go to the product, these are some of the images for building pavilions, the clubhouses. If you can keep going to the footprints of the house, these are the amenities, the playgrounds, pickleball. These are our 80-foot lots. The next slide shows you our lots as you get up to 100 foot. You can see the side load, no front garage. I haven't seen that proposed, so that's what we're proposing here. So much larger homes, much bigger lots, and you're getting the shade tree. The gentleman that spoke up on the front, there's not one place on this entire perimeter that's not a minimum of 100-foot buffer, a minimum. Undisturbed buffer, and there's a lot of trees out there. In most places we have upwards of 100 to 200 around us. I know Cheryl spoke, it's more like 180 to 200 foot buffer there, and then around the church of who I'd like for them to come speak next. And we've been meeting with them, 4 community meetings, 2 at the church, 2 at the community. And anyway, just want to just show off what we're proposing here is that we really tried to listen and propose something that's really great. But the dam is a big problem. And I don't as someone that does creative plans all over the place, I don't want to see it go agricultural, 250 lots and drain the lake, because at that point the downstream neighbors are going to really get it because it's a huge basin coming through.
Yes. Go ahead. I got a couple of questions. I'm going to yield to my colleagues, but you said a few things that I want to make sure I'm clear on.
Yes, sir.
But you were about to wrap up.
Well, I wanted to leave time for the pastor to be able to speak, and then if you can go to the next slide, it's kind of showing the interiors. So these are going to be, $400,000 to $600,000 homes. What I've been hearing, the schools look good for our area. We do have a solution. We've been meeting with Watershed about the sewer. They want us to go. It's not 2 miles. It's 0.9 going up, and it's just a force main. It's not anything difficult to do. And we have the reports. We have the dam reports. We've submitted those for proof of what we've done. So anyway, I just want everybody to know the reality of the density and how wide the lots are and the type of product we brought in here and trying to react to make. This will be a really cool project with the lake. Really cool project.
You just answered my second question, but I'm going to ask you to repeat it for the purpose of people hearing it. What's the average cost of the units? You've got different layouts in the 3 areas that you pointed out. What's the average cost for a home?
Oh, the average will be in that low fives,
okay,
because
right.
450.
I got it.
Gotcha.
The next question I have, am I clear? Did I hear you say that you all are looking to handle the issue with the dam?
At this proposal is to handle the issue with the dam.
Okay, let me say this. I want to make sure, 'cause my time is sure enough running out. I'll be out of here come December 31st. This is a concern for me. I'm a resident of Rockdale County. Right now, I'm also the chairman.
Sure.
So I'm saying this because this, as the commissioner has pointed out, we realize the cost involved in repairing this dam. The county is strapped. We don't have the money to be put into a project like that. When there's a problem with that dam, although we don't have the money, guess what? That problem becomes a Rockdale County problem.
Absolutely.
And I think I just heard you say several things. Number one, you've been communicating with the folks at the church. You got a price point that attracts the type of tax base of what we're looking for in this county. You all are willing to spend $3 million to get this dam up to the standard? Is that what I'm hearing?
That's all correct.
Okay, everything that I'm saying that you said is being reflected on the record. I'm going to yield to Commissioner Washington.
So are you all prepared to fix the dam before pulling permits?
Well, so what we'd have to do, because this is a EPD, this is a
this is a big
state,
project.
this is a big deal. We've already been in contact with Safe Dams. And so the way it would actually work is we would be going through the permit process. Now, we would not be able to start construction until we had the approvals to fix the dam. But that's one of the first things we have to do because of erosion and all the laws. But it has, like, the seepage is down on the toe, that's what's bad. And so that's what we have to fix. And so we have to bring it up to new Category 1 standards, or we have to start, concrete. We have to do a lot of different improvements to get it and make sure for the future it's stable.
And
that's the big reason for the cost.
Did I hear you correctly? The you said 1.1 per acre
That's correct. That's our gross density.
is just slightly over what AR would be.
AR allows 1.0.
Okay.
Commissioner Williams, anything for Ryan?
That dam is probably the biggest, one of the biggest concerns. You did mention also that there would only be 59 lots that would access Good Road.
Right. And purposely, we're willing to commit to that we won't connect the roads to make it more access there.
So, okay.
All right.
Can the church speak with the time left?
Yeah, we're going to I'd love to hear from the church. Who's representing the church that's here? Okay, come on up, Deacon. How you doing this afternoon? Give us your name and the name of your church. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Deacon Willie Perry, and I'm representing Old Pleasant Hill Baptist Church. And Old Pleasant Hill Baptist Church has been meeting with Inline.
Yes, sir.
We've met several times already. And Old Pleasant Hill Baptist Church and the officers are in agreement with Inline. We've heard from them just recently when they changed the number of housing units they were talking about from 377 down to 318 houses. And the buffer that they're planning to allow Old Pleasant Hill to have between Old Pleasant Hill Baptist Church and the new development should be sufficient. So again, Old Pleasant Hill is 100% behind Inline with their project. Thank you.
Deacon, let me tell you, it matters a lot that you have showed up at this meeting. It says much about Inline, and I know that you all had multiple meetings with them.
Yes.
One of the concerns, because we know the historical background of Old Pleasant Hill, you still have on your property a historical school building that's been there for
100 years plus.
Yes, sir. So we certainly do appreciate. Commissioner Washington, anything for the deacon?
No, thank you for coming today.
Commissioner Williams?
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Yes.
Thank you for allowing me to speak.
Thank you, and we appreciate all that Old Pleasant Hill does for the folks in the south side of Rockdale County, too.
All right, thank you.
We appreciate you. Thank you so much, Deacon Perry. Very good. That's good communication there. Absolutely. All right, who do we have? Who else in regards to this matter? That concludes this matter. Let me just say this in closing. Thanks to Commissioner Washington and Commissioner Williams for their input. I think that there is an opportunity from all of what I've heard here. I can't read anybody's mind. We don't have a crystal ball. We will be making a decision, as you know, on the 10th of December. But I really want to commend Ms. Moulton. She has done an excellent job articulating the sentiments of her community. And I want to say hats off to Inline. Have done a fantastic job with communicating. There's a little bit more work to be done, and I think you guys can take advantage of getting that done. Commissioner Washington?
Did you say that right now with 318, the cost is $10,000 per acre, per unit to
At the
fix
at the 3 million, it's like 10,100.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm saying that because if you reduce the numbers, it'll go up per person,
Yeah,
per
full
unit.
transparency, this
Yeah.
is rock bottom for what they can do because of the cost. And that's why they just didn't do it as AG, because we're getting close to that AG barrier. So,
Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Commissioners. Director Wheeler, great job on this one. You did a really good job on this, and I appreciate the collaborative spirit that has happened here. But I really appreciate what we've seen and heard from the community, folks here in Rockdale, particularly in that area. Thank you. So what do we have next? We have,
So now we're on to new business, and we are skipping down to item 6, which will be
Yes.
White Road.
okay. And before we go to the White Road issue, I want to, if you all want to transition out, if you've taken care of what you needed to take care of in respect of the business, we'll open up the doors for some transition here. And recess. We're going to take a 3-minute recess here.
Okay.
Mhm. Call our meeting back to order, and we're going to continue to move forward with the remaining items on our new business agenda this afternoon. It is now 2:52, and we are calling our meeting back to order. We're calling our meeting back to order. We'll give all those that are coming in an opportunity to come on in, and if you would, please go ahead and grab a seat. If you would, please, sir. Thank you. Okay. We're calling our meeting back to order, ladies and gentlemen. We're calling our meeting back to order. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you, Deputy. Thank you so much. All right, Director Wheeler, we're yielding to you, sir.
Yes, sir. Next item on the agenda is R6, Flume 24-07 and rezoning case 24-25. The applicant is Agnes Slack LLP. Subject site is 2245 Northeast White Road. The applicant has two requests before you this afternoon. One is to amend the future land use map from WP water protection to medium density residential, and to rezone 94.31 acres from WP and agricultural residential to MRU mixed residential use for a mixed residential use development. This is the current zoning map of the subject property. Again, as staff has mentioned, it has a zoning of WP and AR. This is the future land use map. It has a future land use map of WP in medium density. This is the proposed site plan. Just want to make a note. In your packets, staff did note that the applicant, or in this application, had proposed 173 lots. However, during the time of going through the process, they did submit a site plan one of 199. However, they have gone back to 173. So again, they are looking for approval of 173 lots. So I just want to be clear if you see that in your packet. A few things of note with this development: the applicant is looking to have minimum lot sizes of 4,000 square feet, with a layout around 4,800 square feet. Minimum lot sizes will be 40 feet wide. The overall, there will be different sizes as far as single-family homes, ranging from 1,200 all the way up to 1,800 square feet. The proposed density that this applicant is looking to develop is at 2.11 units per acre. Medium density does call for 2 to 4 units per acre. With all our reviews, staff has asked for external reviews from other existing departments. There's no outstanding comments from other external reviews. However, planning staff does feel that the applicant's request is not in keeping with the request of the future land use of the Water Protection District, for the simple fact that it has been noted in our ordinance that the Water Protection District is a very sensitive area. Therefore, there's a minimum lot sizes of one house every 3 acres, as is stated in the UDO. So therefore, staff does recommend denial of this application. The Planning Commission agreed with staff recommendation and then recommend denial as well, as they believe that the future land use amendment that the applicant is requesting does not keep with the compatibility of the comprehensive plan, as well as the overall project does not meet the character of the subject area. So staff did have a list of conditions. If the BOC does recommend approval, we do ask you to approve at the 15 conditions that staff has presented in your packet this afternoon. And the applicant is here unless you have questions of staff.
Okay, this is a very sensitive one. We've heard a lot from the citizens in this area here regarding this project. So before I yield to my colleagues, I want to ask for some clarification to make sure I'm tracking all the way. Because the watershed protection area in Rockdale County is very sensitive for all of us, whether you live near it or not. It's a sensitive area for Rockdale County. I want you, Director Wheeler, to repeat, based upon our code, what is allowed size-wise, number-wise, in that watershed protection area of the area of interest that we're talking about.
So
You gave a number a moment ago. I want to hear what that is again.
Yes, sir. So specifically for any residential development within that particular area, you're looking at 1 unit for every 3 acres.
Okay.
It's because due to the nature of the Water Protection District, the zoning and where it's located and where it sits. So therefore, this county decided that that particular area in the northern portion of the county has to be very protected when it comes to certain types of development. There's a slew of things that you are not allowed to do in the Water Protection District. It is very specific and targeted because of the nature of what we use that area for.
So based upon the acreage, it's 93 acres altogether, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. What's the number of units that would be allowed based upon our code?
I do not know that number because, again, majority of the property is in the WP area, and then a sliver of it is in the medium density. So again, that's me trying to juggle numbers that I would not comfortable trying to figure out in this moment.
Okay, so stay right there. And I don't want to put you on the spot of being a mathematician right at this moment, but let me just tell you, I'm interested in knowing that number.
Yes, sir.
And I think my colleagues would like to know that number as well, because I think as we listen with an objective mind from both our citizens as well as the folks who are interested in this property, as we've done throughout all of these proceedings, we want to make sure, because my interest is this, and I'll just put it out there, when the math adds up, that based upon the amount of acres in the watershed protection area, that we can only allow X number of units. Anybody asking, please don't do that in the meeting. Don't, because I want to make sure everybody is afforded an opportunity to be heard in this meeting. I have no intentions of having the deputy put anybody out. And you may be missing a blessing if you interrupt me. So don't do that. Thank you so much. What I was trying to say was that when the math is done and I get a report from the Director of Planning and Development on how many units I'm putting focuses on the word can, based upon our ordinance. When he gives me that number on what we can do, I'm interested in hearing that number. I'd be really disturbed to know that someone would want to do something greater or more than what the code is asking for. I wouldn't ask for something that the code does not grant you. So that disturbing right there in itself. I want to hear what we can do. I want to focus on the positive. What can happen there? So you don't have to blurt that out right now. I respectfully understand you may not have that number. If you get that answer before this meeting is over, I want to know. I think the other two, my colleagues would like to know as well. So work on that if you could. I want to hear the rest of what we have in this presentation.
Yes, sir. And the applicant is here.
Okay, let's hear from the applicant.
Good afternoon again, Commissioners. Josh Mahoney, attorney at Battle PC, 3562 Havisham, North Lake, Tucker, Georgia. Here on behalf of the applicant, Commissioner, as you stated, this is a sensitive matter, and I'm going to handle it sensitively. What I'd like to do is use only 5 minutes of my time. Then I would like to allow the community to speak to you, and then I would like to come back for the remainder 5 minutes of my time, if that's acceptable to you all. Before I begin, I was just talking to my client, and I did a very quick calculation to answer your question.
And I'm going to ask you to speak up a little bit, use the microphone.
Can you hear me?
Because as sensitive as it is, everybody need to hear everything that's being said.
Can you hear me better now?
Yes, sir.
Great.
Thank you so much.
So as I was saying, I just did a very quick calculation in talking with my client to figure out what would be allowed here if we broke it up. Watershed says it's about 0.3 units per acre. There's about 76 acres there. And that comes to 25 units. Outside of the watershed area, because a part of this is in medium density, that's about 16 acres. That goes up to, I want to say, 4 units per acre. That's 64 units. So add those together. If we were to do the mixture of lot designs, I'm getting 89 units. That would be spread out across the entirety of the property. So just a quick answer to your question, but let's dive in now. This is a future land use amendment and rezoning to allow for what we're seeking, 173 single-family detached homes. we can go ahead and jump through here. We can keep going. So Mr. Wheeler kind of pointed out where this property is. This is in the northeastern section of the county at the intersection of Highway 138 and White Road. Today, it is currently vacant, mostly vacant, but it is a very large property approaching 100 acres. So on the next slide, we can got our future land use and zoning. You just saw this, but I'm going to emphasize there's a unique situation happening here. The watershed protection district does exist on the property, but not in its entirety. It is what I would call a border case. It is literally on the border between medium density residential and watershed protection. We recognize how important it is to protect the watershed. And when we get to the site plan, we can actually go ahead and jump to the site plan. You'll see that our plan kind of cordons itself off to the front of the property as much as possible, rather than stretching all the way back and using up the entire 95 acres of land. We are only using, I want to say this is only 40 acres. And the remainder of that land is to remain vacant and undeveloped.
Okay, stay right there. Stay right there.
Gotcha.
We're going to take this piece by piece. First of all, I believe that the three of us are very familiar with that piece of property. We've been very familiar with for quite some time. I pass it every single day. I'm going to see it on my way home. 93 plus acres, give or take, almost 100 acres out there on that corner of White Road and 138. You just stated that only about 43 acres of the 90-some acres is looked to be used.
That's correct.
Okay, all right. How much of that area, because it's loaded with rock out there. There's granite out there. They don't call us Rockdale for nothing. How much, what's the percentage of rock on that property?
That question is way over my head. That is for our engineer. Ken? 40%.
Where is the 40% of the rock located? Is it part of the area that you're looking to build on, or is it closer to the watershed side of that buffer?
It's to the north. It's on that north side that we're not developing.
Is it closer to the side that you're building on, or is it closer to the watershed side of the buffer?
The rock is closer to the watershed, so it's to the north.
I need you to say that. I want to make sure you understand what I'm doing here.
Gotcha.
Okay, so there's 43 acres that you're looking to build on if this was to be approved. Okay, what is going to happen with the remaining piece that's closer to the watershed that you can't build on? It's
Should this site plan be approved, it would remain vacant.
All right, will there be any kind of buffer or anything that separates that portion of the property from the area that you're looking to build upon?
So between the development itself
Yes.
and the vacant piece.
Right, the rock.
Can we jump back to the site plan? Do you have that number, Ken? The buffer between the buildings and the vacant piece? Okay, so the plan we've got here, the lots back up to that line right there. That's where we're drawing the line between the development and the vacant piece. Everything you see to the north, everything to the back of the property will be vacant. So if that's the buffer you're talking about, we're talking about...
That is.
That's 50 acres.
And if this was approved, tell us about how folks will enter and exit that property.
Sure.
I think I know the answer, but I want you to say it publicly. I'm asking you to tell us.
Gotcha. So we've got ingress, egress on Highway 138, right there shown on the southern portion of the plan. And I want to say, yeah, we've got one point of entry off of White Road there as well. So they would be coming in mostly through the highway, and then they wouldn't be able to access that vacant piece unless the county were to make it some sort of a public park or something like that.
Okay, so I want you to hear me say this. The county just built fire station number 10 on Highway 138. We're right there at that property, right next door to Northampton subdivision. We recognize, and our fire department recognize, that it is a challenge for us to get our apparatus in and out of the fire station, even in the event of an emergency, just trying to get on to 138. The residents that live in the Northampton subdivision, is a challenge for them to leave home and to get back in their subdivision. What is your plan to mitigate some of that? Because you're in a very tight space there between the fire station, Northampton subdivision, and White Road. What is the plan from a traffic and a safety standpoint? I really want you to talk about that.
So I don't think we have a traffic impact report at this time. However, Mr. Wheeler, remind me, does this one call for a traffic study prior to plat? No. Okay. So we don't have a mitigation plan at this time.
Okay. All right. Well, Commissioner Washington, any questions for the applicant? Commissioner Williams? Okay.
And I'm being whispered over my shoulder. We do have a, say it one more time, a decel lane, left turn lane and decel lane off of Highway 138. So left turn lane will be added to Highway 138 and a deceleration lane, again, to help pull some of the drivers off of Highway 138 as they enter this property.
Okay. All right. Director Wheeler, any additional comments from what about folks in opposition of this?
So before we go, I actually have one more point I'd like to make with my presentation, if I may.
Yes, sir.
I think on our next slide, we've got some imagery from the road out there on Highway 138.
Okay.
As you all know, Highway 138 recently had a sewer line extended along Highway 138. And there was some legislation passed earlier this year, back in April, to expand that sewer line, not just the lengthening of it, but to actually make it wider. And the language we have here says to anticipating future development. It didn't say anything more specific than that, but future development. These are pictures of that new the manhole as a result of that sewer line. Picture in the left-hand side, that field you see in the background, that is the subject property. So this line goes, right in front of the property. I'm not saying this is the future development that was contemplated, but this development would certainly benefit from that. My client kind of saw that and said, you know what, I think it looks like we could get some development out here because of that sewer that's now there. The other two pictures just show different angles, verifying that it is in fact at the intersection there of White Road and Highway 138. But with that, I'll rest.
Do you have price points and elevations for this property?
Yes, I think, we've got elevations here on the next couple of slides here, price points. Because the lots are a little smaller in size, to cordon everything off to the front, we're looking at something like 350 to low 400s.
Okay, so that one does not show a front garage, not that one.
The one below it, yeah. Yeah. Those are rear entry?
This one.
Yeah, rear entry, fronting on the roadway.
Okay.
I think that's all I've got in my presentation.
Okay.
Great.
All right. Okay. Director, let's call up those in opposition.
First speaker, Michael Breedlove.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you so much for listening to me.
Yes.
I'll introduce myself. I'm Michael W. Breedlove. My wife, Kathy. We've lived in North Rockdale for 40 years. Built and raised our kids there. And I'm a retired landscape architect, and I'm very pro quality of life, very pro conservation, pro water quality. And it just amazes me that we're even having the discussion of changing the WP zoning to any other zoning, given the biolab disaster that we've had that has rained down debris all over North Rockdale into the watershed of where we all get our water from. And so I just respectfully request that any changing of the WP be denied, that we protect the WP zone, and if you grant the WP change, then all of when we bought our property, we were agricultural residential, and we lost property rights to WP. And I'm fine with that because it was a quality of life matter for everybody in the county. But if you're going to do that, then you grant back all of the property rights that were taken away. And we know the correct answer, and it's to protect the watershed protection zone. And I appreciate that. It's in all of our interest to protect our natural resources and to enhance them. And that's what I'm here to complain about. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Breedlove. Thank you so much.
Monte Telford. Okay, Darrell Haynes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Darrell Haynes. I'm the Vice President at Northampton. And we talked.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Basically, I'm not going to go over everything everybody else went through, but I'm going to talk to you basically about the infrastructure, which is basically lack of emergency services. Now, we have a lot of projects, not only this one, but a few of them going on in the county, and basically going up in the northeast part of the county. And if you put in the amount of houses, the communities, and you have lack of emergency services, that's putting the community in danger. Okay, as me being a quality control specialist, I've done that most of my, it just doesn't, the numbers don't add out when you have the police, lack of police, of ratio to the community. So, like me and you talked before, it's not me not saying that we don't want these things built, but at the number that they're building them, it's a little outlandish. Okay, you're putting 100 and something in one general area, then across the street on 138, they want to build 300 and some odd units. Okay, that's trouble in the making. And basically what I'm saying is we need to slow down or stick to the WP numbers, which is 1 unit per 3 acres. Because even if you put 100 and something in 50 acres, I mean, in 50 acres, that's still a lot of people in one condensed area. And then you're saying that the homes are going to go for $200 and something thousand, and you with 25 feet to the right, you have Northampton with these houses of $600 and some odd $1,000. So pretty much is for us, for the investor to make money, we're losing money because that brings down the value of them homes that's been there since 1980 or 98, whenever they was built. So basically what I'm saying to you is take in consideration the whole picture in general, just not what's going to happen on December 10th and they'd start build, because a lot of these homes are not going to be able to be bought. Okay, so that's it.
Thank you, Mr. Haynes. Thank you so much.
James Rambo.
I bought 40 acres in the watershed protection area in 1988. And then when I retired, I moved from there to Zingara and moved down to 6.8 acres. But one of the reasons I bought that 40 acres, and I built a very large house and I had a horse farm there, was because it was going to be in a watershed protection area. Well, after we moved to Zingara, the land across from us got rezoned, and then even the requirements, they authorized a mine there, which is just a fancy name for a rock quarry, Well, 2 out of the 3 of you up there lost your jobs over it, because people like me got real involved in making sure that you didn't get reelected. And the third one's going to lose her job in 2 years. I just want you to keep that in mind when you look at how you go about changing zoning for things that people wonder, wonder what they got out of that. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much.
William Schaefer.
Ms. Schaefer?
Did you say Shane?
No, William Schaefer.
Schaefer?
Yes, sir.
Did we pronounce it right, sir?
I go by Shannon.
Okay.
Shannon Schaefer.
Okay.
I live at 2540
Yes.
Schaefer Road.
Yes, sir.
I've lived there all my life. I just can't reiterate enough what Mr. Breedlove said. You know, we're in the watershed protection for a reason. We had our property devalued whenever it originally came in. And we just can't, you know, we need to leave it like it is, just for water quality in this county. Water quality being stormwater runoff coming down to Big Haynes. Your water, you all drink the water that comes out of it. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Thank you, sir. Who else do we have?
That's it.
That concludes it in terms of the opposition? Okay. All right.
Excuse me. I signed one of those for this
Don't come on up to the mic. I'm gonna grant you opportunity to come on up and speak the proper way. We'll let you come up to the microphone. Absolutely. Yes, sir. Come on up.
Thank you. Thank you so
Yes, sir.
And thank you for allowing me to speak.
Yes, sir.
My name is Alvin Morrow. I'm the president of the Northampton Homeowners Association. And so I'm not going to go over what has been said so many times, and I appreciate hearing all of this stuff about the watershed. In fact, the first time I ever heard about a watershed was when I was shopping for a home here in the Atlanta area. I was living in Seattle, Washington, had been for a long time, 40-some years. And I was going to retire and come down here to live because it's kind of like coming home for me. So we searched all over DeKalb County, and Rockdale County and Newton County, and into Atlanta, just over a period of several years. So what happened was, after giving all of my requirements to the realtor, she said, "Oh, I know the perfect place," and she brought me to Conyers. I said, "Okay, that's a good start," because I wanted quiet, and nice, easy going. And we finally, after looking at a couple of dozen places around here, we ended up at Northampton. And I saw the house, looked at the neighborhood, I was impressed. And then she said, you know, and another good thing about if you buy your home here, they have this thing called the WP, or she mentioned zoning, I didn't even know what she was saying. She said, but there's a good chance that no one's gonna be buying around here because of the zoning protection that you would have. And she mentioned, like I said, I didn't know what it was, but I was pleased. So now you can imagine when we see the posting about that happened about the plans to build 173 homes on a 93 acre plot. I said, well, it didn't sound right. As the president of the HOA, we pulled together a group and we started looking at it, and we came up and learned a lot of stuff about what the watershed protection is and what it means, and the AR zoning and all of that. And then looking at the plan that we had access to, they wanted to put homes on like a 4,800 lot. That's like 1/10 of an acre. And we were told that at a minimum in the watershed protection area, and we have this sub-zoning thing of AR, the homes in our area at the smallest lots are 1 acre all the way up to 3 acres. And so therefore and we, after absorbing all of that, so gosh, you know, now we are looking at the density of the area. We really want to protect the zoning if we possibly can, and the safety. With that many homes going in, all of a sudden, a nice quiet area, you'll potentially adding another couple of thousand people. You know, 400 or 500, who knows, a bunch of cars, which is going to exacerbate the traffic problem. Anyway, but all of this has been said, and we respectfully just request that we protect the zoning that's there, and or at a minimum delay these allowing this build while we kind of if you're considering approving it, we request a year so that we can do whatever research and studying that we need to kind of combat this. Thank you.
Mr. Morrow, how long have you been a Rockdale resident?
8 years.
Okay. You came straight from Seattle to Rockdale?
Yes, yes.
I see you wearing that Seahawks, so you're not a Falcons fan.
I was gonna say, we're gonna let them speak.
I shouldn't have put this on. I didn't, okay.
Right, that was a bad choice.
You know, we broke the rules and let you come on up here. You didn't have a card for you.
Right.
But we love folks, whether they're Falcons or Seahawks, but we really love the Falcons. I just want to get that out.
Absolutely.
Y'all give Mr. Morrow a round of applause. We're going to treat you right in Rockdale, one way or the other. Listen, we've got a little bit more business we've got to handle here. I really do appreciate hearing from all parties involved. The commissioners and I have a lot of processing of all of this information to do. Before we wrap this up, is there anything else we need to hear from the applicant on this one?
Thank you, commissioners. So I've been listening to the community this afternoon, and given the unique land use and zoning categories and where that line is on the property, and in speaking with my client, I do think there's a creative solution that we might be able to offer you. However, as you stated, Mr. Chair, we're on the clock. And so there's a design principle that you see sometimes in planning where you take what would be a development that's spread out over a large area that has environmental assets that you want to protect, and then you shrink it down, but you keep it density neutral. Essentially, you would lay it out with a number of units you could get, but then you allow for smaller lots so that the density is there, but you're also protecting the environmental assets. We might be able to use that line, that ridge line that goes across the property, to put most of the density in the medium density area that's outside of the watershed protection district, but then also build some lots in the watershed protection district per the zone, what the zoning permits. That's at, I think there are 2 acre lots with a max density of 0.3 per acre, and basically split up how the density lays across the property, so that we're both protecting the watershed district, but also getting a little bit of density to help justify the cost and make this economically viable.
Let me say this. I hear you loud and clear. And you started off referencing what I've been referencing the whole meeting long, is that we're racing against the clock.
Yeah.
The three of us commissioners share the sentiment that the watershed protection is top priority here for all of us in Rockdale County.
Yeah.
Whether you live near it or on the north side, or whether you live on the far south side of the county, we still want to protect this watershed because this is our source of water in Rockdale County. I don't know if you have any kind of rabbit and what that rabbit looks like that you can pull out a hat between now and the 10th of December. You have to work your magic, and you need to talk to the people that live out there. But the biggest part of this conversation is centered around the watershed. And that is the primary thing that we are concerned about in terms of representatives for our community. Whatever you can do with that, all of what you've heard from the responses this afternoon, you've got a short amount of window to get, of time together. Commissioner Washington?
Yes, so the watershed is my primary concern. However, I'm still concerned about the housing that you're suggesting versus the housing that is at Northampton. If you go into that community has very nice brick houses. If they're not brick, they're really nice hardy wood. The aesthetics of the neighborhood is completely different than what you showed us as elevations. And so I would still be concerned about that kind of development so close to the Northampton subdivision, just because it definitely doesn't flow with the values of that community. So those would be my my concerns also, if you're going to pull something out of your hat in 2 weeks. So.
Understood.
So is the entire property zoned watershed protection?
No. So if we could pull up the map, the area that you're about to see that's in blue, that's in the watershed.
So while they're finding that, so you would not need a zoning change to put a house on 3 acres in that watershed protection?
No.
No,
so
you
the
wouldn't need
watershed
anything.
zoning
You can
district.
just do that.
Yeah, the watershed zoning district allows for 2-acre lots at a maximum of 0.3 units per acre. So development is allowed.
Okay.
The lots are quite large, and you can see here. So the property, so there's a blue area that is the watershed protection.
Okay.
If you look at the right picture where that blue area ends, our property line comes down, juts back up, comes back down to Highway 138, and that's all yellow. That's medium density residential.
What is, remind me what the zoning says about medium density.
Sure. So I think it's up to 4 units per acre. So in the very front portion of the property, 4 units per acre is allowed, and once you hit that ridge, it changes to watershed protection.
So this application is asking to change the watershed protection to that that mixed residential use.
That's right, yeah. Yeah.
But you could, without doing any zoning change, go in and build according to the plan, according to the UDO, in that watershed protection, one building on up to 3 acres, and then you could put in 4 units on an acre in the medium density.
That's right.
Okay. I just want to get that clarified in my head.
Commissioner, I think that was good that you pointed that out because, and I said this in a couple of other cases this afternoon, at the corner of White Road and 138 is 93 acres. And we realize that a good portion of that property, you can't do anything with it because it's loaded with rock. But what we also realize that according to our ordinance, our code, there are things that can happen on a portion of that property. And so here's what I'm saying again, something's gonna happen. The property is gonna be sold, something is gonna happen, change is coming to that area one way or the other. Now, I think based upon what our code says, currently says anyway, in the spirit of protecting the watershed protection area, we're going to stick to what's allowed in that area. What the commissioner just pointed out for a point of clarity is that there are certain things that you can do based upon a portion of that property that it currently exists out there. We're going to make a decision on December the 10th, we're going to make a decision. I just hope that this dialogue from the citizens, from what you've heard from this board, empowers you to go back to do whatever you and your client need to do for the interest of this property. I'm going to say that. I'm going to leave it there. Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Director Wheeler, any other regarding this particular matter?
No, sir.
Okay. All right.
So we're on to the next item.
Next item.
Next item on the agenda is flu case 24-06 and rezoning case 24-20. Subject property is 1362 and 1390 Northwest Rockbridge Road. Applicant is Pittman Construction Company. The applicant has two requests before you this afternoon. One is to amend the future land use map from low-density residential to light industrial, and to rezone 47.72 acres from R1 single-family residential and R3 multifamily residential to M1 limited industrial to allow for the construction of a construction company's headquarters. This is the subject properties as highlighted with the yellow stars. Again, the current zoning is R1 and R3. This is the future land use map. Again, the future land use map indicates that the property is characterized as low density residential surrounded by light industrial and office institutional, and across the street, or I should say east of the subject properties, is the city of Conyers. This is a proposed concept plan that the applicant has submitted. Again, just want to note, the applicant is seeking to rezone the subject property to move their headquarters. The applicant is Pittman Construction. Few things, the applicant is looking to develop a 22,000 square foot office building located towards the front of the property facing Rockbridge Road. They are also looking to do a 15,000 square foot shop, as well as do 3 additional warehouses. One would be a 6,000 square foot warehouse, where the other 2 would be a 3,000 square foot warehouse, as well as show an equipment yard, as well as 70 car parking spaces towards the rear of the office building. Again, with all our applications, staff has asked for external reviews from other plan review departments. Nothing significant of note from any of the other plan review department. Only note is that wastewater is not available on the at the subject property. Therefore, staff does recommend approval of this application, as well as the Planning Commission did recommend approval as well. The applicant is here if you have any questions, if you don't have any questions of staff.
Let me ask, is there any opposition to this? Okay, let's hear from the, I want to, well, let me stay in order. The applicant is here, right?
Yes.
Okay, let's hear from the applicant first, and then I want to practice what I preach, so we'll hear from the applicant first.
Good afternoon, commissioners.
Good afternoon again.
Good afternoon again. Josh Mahoney, attorney, Battle Law PC 3562, Habersham in North Lake, Kentucky, Georgia. Commissioners, on this one, we're seeking a future land use amendment and rezoning to allow Pittman Construction to move their headquarters to a new location. Pittman, they have a great history, especially here in Rockdale County. They've been around, they've existed since 1884. Several hundred years that they've been working, and they've been working in Rockdale County, I want to say, since 1960, 1961. They're an employer of Rockdale County citizens. They have 200 employees, and 100 of which are Rockdale County citizens. So they are very involved in the county. Let's go to the next slide. And okay, so we've looked at the land a little bit. Director Wheeler showed you where this is. So the property fronts on Rockbridge Road. Directly to the north of the property is the Rockdale County Fire Department, and you've got Rockdale County Animal Control just right next to them. And then on the other side of them, they've got Victory Trucking, which is an industrial site. What's not shown on this, it's just off screen, is the intersection of Rockbridge and Sigmund Road. So just kind of give you some context of where this is, and that will be important later when we talk about how they're getting their equipment vehicles in and out of the site. They're going north. For just a little tidbit there. Let's go to the next slide. So we've got the land use and the zoning here. On the left side, you've got the zoning, and it's showing that the property is zoned for residential. However, if you look at every single property surrounding this one, everything is purple. That's industrial zoning. If you look to the right, you might get an idea why. The land use map has everything in gray in the area as industrial. And what that tells us is today, the county plans for the surrounding property to be industrial, and in the future, the property is planned to be industrial with the holdout of these couple parcels. I don't think it really makes a whole lot of sense to have a residential development next to what could be a factory or a warehouse or something like that, which is why we're seeking the rezoning and future land use amendment that we're seeking. It would change these 4 parcels to match what is immediately surrounding it so that you don't have that conflict that comes from residential and industrial. Let's go ahead and go to the next slide. So this is a zoomed in version of our site plan. The one Director Wheeler showed the entirety of the property, even to the south. This is slightly cut off because this focuses in on really which part of the property is going to be developed. Just that northern piece of the property that's by the fire department and animal control. The new headquarters, the new building that they're proposing is on the east side of the property, fronting on Rockbridge Road. And then behind that, you've got a storage where they're going to store vehicles or equipment vehicles that are not in use, and they'll also have a shop to maintain those vehicles while they're not being used. The majority of this property will remain vacant. There are no plans at this time to develop the rest of it. The only other thing I would point out is towards the western end of the property, you see that blue there, that is our required stormwater detention. But other than that, that's all they're looking to do on this property.
So help me understand, where would the main entry to the proposed property be? Would it be on Sigmund or on Rockbridge?
On Rockbridge Road. So I think we've got some elevations for you that might help clear that up. So Rockbridge Road, the entire property fronts on Rockbridge Road. It does not front on Sigmund at all. I only mentioned it because it's just it was just off screen, and I wanted to give you some context as to where the property is. But when you drive down Rockbridge Road, should this be approved, you would see this brick office building on the top left. This is the new HQ that they're looking to build, a really nice high-end all brick office building. And then behind it, you see in the top right and the bottom right where they would be storing and maintaining their equipment vehicles. They do like mostly concrete type of construction, so they would have those, concrete vehicles and things like that they'd be working on.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. I try to pride myself in knowing the area pretty well.
Sure.
And I know exactly where fire department headquarters is. I know where animal control is located. I know where Victory Trucking. I know where the gas station there on the corner of Rockbridge and Sigmund. I can't place this.
Just south of the fire station.
Coming back toward the city?
Yeah, if you're coming from Main Street, you would come to this property first before you get to the fire station.
Okay, I got you. Okay.
So the fire department and this property actually share a property line. So if you know where the fire department is,
I got it now. I know exactly where you're talking about.
Perfect.
Commissioner Washington.
So could you go back to the elevation, please? Yeah. Do we have landscaping?
Oh yeah. So everything in the back that I mentioned, where there will be storing and maintaining vehicles, that'll be screened off by landscaping, and you can kind of see a little bit of it there.
But I want that to be one of the conditions. I want it to look just like this when they get finished. I don't want the sand and gravel and all of that. I want it to have a landscaping requirement with the trees and the grass.
And the grass.
Right, as part of the conditions. And I will say that this is part of a much larger economic development project that we've been working on for about a year now. So, but I like the elevations, but I want the landscaping and everything as a condition.
Sure. So between now and the 10th, why don't I work on drafting a condition, and I can send that out to all of you for you all to review. That will hold us to the landscaping.
Okay.
Okay. Let's go ahead and go on to the next slide. So this really is just a little bit more about Pittman. When I met with the community, we included this information. They are hiring, if anyone here is interested, at their new location. They're looking to expand, and so we included all this information for everyone to consider. And then I think on my last slide here, we've got some additional information about Pittman, but I want to spend some time talking about this last portion here because we got some questions about whether or not there would be any truck traffic. And I want to be very clear about what's going to happen on this site, what they're intending to do. They're looking at 20 to 25 trips in and out of this site per day, but we're not talking about tractor trailers. We're talking about their construction equipment vehicles, things like, I want to say concrete trucks, cement trucks, things like that. So when we say, will there be truck traffic? The answer is kind of 25 trips per day of construction vehicles. If you ask me, I don't think that would constitute truck traffic, but that's up to you, for you to decide. But they would be leaving and entering the site from Sigmund Road. So they would use Sigmund Road, they would turn right and go south on Rockbridge and enter the site. When they leave, they would do the same thing in reverse. They would go north and then get onto Sigmund Road. That's important because the residential area that's out on this side of town is south of the property. And so by them going only north and using Sigmund Road, the equipment vehicles will not be traveling past or interacting with the residential development to the south. So I wanted to spend some time making sure that we were very clear on where this traffic was going, if it's happening at all, where it's going, and it's going away from the residents. That's all I have for you all this evening, or this afternoon, excuse me. If you have any questions, I'm here to help.
Okay, all right, let's hear from the opposition.
Norma Ship.
Chairman Nesbitt, Commissioner Washington, Commissioner Williams, thank you for having us up today.
Thank you.
We've been here before, about Rockbridge Road, and last time it was a big warehouse they wanted to put up there, okay?
Yes,
and so, I represent the community, and former Councilman Stroud, we've talked about it, and the other members of the community as well. And like you said, we know changes are going to happen at some point.
Yes, ma'am.
And somebody's going to put something up there. But we are opposing it only because we want to make sure that there are some conditions. I mean, he can stand up here and tell us all day long what they said they're going to do. But once they take control of the property, they can do anything.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we are concerned about several things.
Okay, take your time and give them, because we about to write every one of them down, Dr. Ship, so give them to us.
Okay, so first of all, he is saying that they're going to have 20 to 25 trucks coming in and out, going down to Sigmund Road. Okay, what is it to say that once they get the property, they will go out Sigmund Road? And right across the street, you have the townhomes over there, Eastmont. And then you come down, you have the residential. So if they come back to Rockbridge Road, because nobody's going to monitor this, so can we have some conditions put in here that they will honor what they're saying going out to Sigmund Road? The other thing is about the traffic. When you have 20 to 25 trucks coming in and out, it's not going to be trips. They're going to be making trips in and out. Okay, so that is an impact on the traffic. So are they going to put any kind of improvement there where there will be an easy way to get in and out so it doesn't cause accidents? Because we've had a lot of accidents on that road. So that's another concern, okay?
Stay right there with that first one, Dr. Ship, because you said a mouthful there, and I'm interested in a lot of what you just said. So, Director Wheeler, one of the things that I think we need to go ahead and make a condition is that there has to be a clear traffic restriction prohibiting those vehicles on Rockbridge Road. And she's right about whether there's the current sheriff or 10 more sheriffs or the current police chief or 10 more police chiefs or councilmen, commissioners, whoever, we need to put something in writing that gives a clear condition to the folks over at Pittman. If you bring one of those trucks out on Rockbridge Road into that residential area, you're violating the policy and our ordinance, and we're restricting. That's one of the conditions we're restricting you from doing. The other part of it is this board has approved the wonderful work that all three of us are proud of, the widening of Sigmund Road. That we are really proud of what we've done on Sigmund Road. Now, bringing those trucks, those vehicles out onto Sigmund Road, there is a safety concern getting in and out of there. And like she said, we don't want to create a bottleneck. And because one of the things I've already talked about this in the board meetings is that it's beautiful. It's a 4-lane highway now on Sigmund Road, and people that sped up. They riding up and down the road like nobody's business. Let alone when we put trucks. You can call them pickup trucks, dump trucks, whatever kind of truck. If it's a truck, it's a truck. And if it's coming on Sigmund Road in and out of there. So what I'm really saying here is we need to put a clear pathway forward for trucks to safely enter and exit that highway, because that's what it is now. And we need to make sure it falls in line with the design of the roadway with people traveling both eastbound and westbound on Sigmund Road as to not create a bottleneck. And here's the piece I want you to make sure you make a note of. It's not, it's close proximity to the intersection of Sigmund and Rockbridge. So that egress and ingress has to be clear. And there really can't be one way, but one side of doing it. The little traffic knowledge I have about transportation engineering, it's got to be on the eastbound side of it, because you can't cut a divider on that highway the way it's currently designed. You're going to create a problem. So make sure you polish up what I just said and articulate that in a way that they can understand it from hence now and forevermore. Please. That was number one.
Okay, number two is about the asphalt. I know it's a construction business.
Yes, sir.
And
yes,
they have asphalt and everything. So we want to make sure that they are not going to have that over there on their property. When we talked to him, he said they're not going to do that. But what is to say that once they get over there, they won't start bringing over these asphalt for all the fumes up in the air? Okay. You know, we want to make sure that they uphold what they're saying.
So Director Wheeler, Dr. Shipp is talking about asphalt bin. I'm very familiar with those. She's saying that the community doesn't want them on the property, and they give off certain fumes and gases by having piles of asphalt fumes. And sometimes they're open to the open air, sometimes they're covered. But she's saying let's put in some type of restriction that talks about that. Now, I'm going to suggest this in all Fairman to Pittman operation. Let's do our due diligence and homework on how the asphalt can be properly stored as to not to create a problem to the environment. That's the biggest concern that she's talking about.
But did you say that they said that they wouldn't have it
They
at all?
said they would not have any over there.
So we need to make them hold to their promise.
Okay, well, I hear you out loud and clear, Commissioner. We're going to hold their feet to the fire, and if they're saying they're not going to have it, then they're not going to have them. So let's make sure that we restrict them from having it at all. That's number two.
Okay, and number three, Councilman Stroud, he was concerned that the property has not been purchased yet. So if you rezone it and then something happens that Pittman does not go through with the sale, will it go back to the residential zone? And otherwise, we will have an opportunity where anything can be put up there.
Director Wheeler, come on up and speak to that. That's a concern. I think it's a valid concern, because we don't want to be zigzagging the zoning over there.
No, sir. So if it falls through, it falls through. The zoning is the zoning. You are looking at it holistically of saying any type of zone, any type of use related to light industrial is appropriate in this area. One way to get around that is to limit certain types of uses. So, for example, if you want such as a warehouse, but you don't want a junkyard or a tow yard there, you would specify saying we want light industrial, but we don't want this use associated with light industrial to be on that property. So if it does fall through, anybody who comes in and says, I'm a tow truck guy, I want to put a tow truck there, the zoning condition would say, no, you cannot unless you come back before the board to amend those conditions.
Dr. Ship, can you all get us some, I have some of my own that I would make a condition that they could not be there, but could you all get us some more that we can add to those things
Okay.
that will not, that would be prohibited uses?
Okay,
And
we can
Dr.
do
Ship,
that.
just to add to your list, I want to yield to the applicant. I got a question for the applicant real quick. Mr. Applicant, on behalf of your client, Pittman, in terms of we don't know what decision is going to be made. The decision is going to be made on December 10th. What percentage of the fact that, because the property hadn't been purchased yet, if this works out in your favor, can you tell us what percentage y'all plan on go ahead and making this happen in terms of purchasing this property? If this rules in your favor come December 10th, are y'all going to buy this property?
Great question. So typically, purchase and sale agreements are subject to zoning.
Mm-hmm.
This is very common. As a matter of fact, I would say probably every application you've heard today so far
That's right.
is like that. Pittman is looking for a new headquarters. It's my understanding, everything I've heard is that if they get the zoning, this is what they're going to do.
Okay. All right. Well, we're familiar with Pittman. I just needed you to speak to that. And you're right. We understand that nobody's going to make a full commitment until they get a clearance in terms of what we're going to do in terms of the ordinance. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. All right, Dr. Ship.
Okay.
We're down to number.
That was 3. The last thing is that the residents on Farmer Road, they complain about Pittman. Okay, a lot of noise, a lot of traffic. So that's why we are concerned about what they're bringing. It looks a lot better than what they have now. So hopefully they will uphold what they're saying. But we just want to make sure that we put these conditions in place so that we all can be happy over there. Because that residential place has been there for many years, okay? And we just, we can't understand why they won't do residential. Every time they come, they want to rezone it to something else other than residential. But, we know that somewhere along the line it's going to be sold. So we want to try to, get what we think will fit in the community. And that's what we're trying to do.
Yes, ma'am. And I want you to go back to number 4 and a little bit more, be more specific about the concern on number 4 that you mentioned about the Farmer Road situation.
Okay.
Tell me a little bit more about that. I want to make sure that we can speak to that.
Well, I have talked to people over there that live in that area, and they said they're very loud over there and noisy. And they also said that it's hard to get in and out because Farmer Road is much smaller, congested and everything. We understand that. But we just want to make sure that they will, come over there and do the right thing.
Okay. I think I understand exactly what Dr. Ship is saying. We need Pittman to be more of a community corporate partner in our community, be mindful of the residents that are in close proximity. It's a unique area, commissioners, as you well know. It's an industrial / residential kind of in and around. It's been like that in Rockdale County, particularly in that area for a long, long time. It's kind of an awkward navigation piece off of the Rock Bridge, Farmer Road, Lester Road, Sigmund Road area. But she's saying let's dwell together in harmony and be respectful both business as well as residential. Absolutely.
That's correct.
And one good thing I will say, and I appreciate Dr. Ship coming up on behalf of the residents in the area, Pittman has been here a long time. They employ 100 local folks, pay their rent and mortgage based on the paycheck they make at Pittman Construction. And we need them folks to keep paying their mortgage and their rent and having those jobs. So they're adding economic development to Rockdale County. We do appreciate that. Dr. Ship, I can't think of a better spokesperson that could have come out and advocated on behalf of our residents in that area. And I don't think what you've presented is too demanding, commissioners. I think it's something that can be worked with.
Okay.
Commissioner Washington?
I would like for you, if you all could get Dr. Ship the elevations, if you could take that back to the community to see if they have any more input on the landscaping and things like that. I think that aesthetic would make it more of a corporate partner than what they have now. So if you all could give us some feedback on the aesthetics.
Okay, we'll do that.
And you can email that right away. You know, we shot on time, Dr.
Okay,
Ship.
got you.
Commissioner Williams, any comments on it?
No.
All right, thanks for your time today. Appreciate you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, Director. Anything else from the applicant on this piece? You got an earful of notes. You got some good notes there. I think you got something to work with.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
What you think?
Okay. I've got one condition for landscaping. I've got a condition to help ensure that we're using Sigmund Road, using that northbound travel rather than going south. I've got I had actually a question about any road improvements. I didn't cover it during my presentation, but we are adding a deceleration lane on Rockbridge Road, so I wanted to get that out there for you all.
Okay.
There was a question about the fumes and mixing of concrete. I feel there may have been some miscommunication. When I was asked the question, I was asked, are we going to be doing any mixing on site? My answer was no. That's true. I'm not sure if Pittman's looking to store any concrete or anything like that. I can find out, but if we need a condition for that, we can work on that as well.
Go ahead. Let me just make sure you take this back.
Yeah.
We appreciate Pittman, but there's a couple words that folks don't want to hear around here. There's fumes and plumes and smoke and gas, and they don't want to hear any of that around here. I don't want to hear it either. I can't even hardly get it out my mouth. I can't even say it anymore. So get over to our good friends at Pittman and tell them to lose the vocabulary of those words and those terms, because Rockdale is not hearing it. So we appreciate them being a good corporate a partner in our community for a long, long time. But as you well know, those words, they make us all break out into a rash. So, yes, sir. I think you got your marching orders there in terms of what needs to happen.
Perfect. And then last but not least, we are moving from Farmer Road over to Rockbridge Road, and I think the move from one side to the other might actually be beneficial. We're moving into a more industrialized area, as the map showed.
Yes, sir.
And by going north, avoiding going south, we should have some happier residents in the county.
Yes, sir. Commissioner Williams, you're going to...
Yeah, that was good.
He hit on it. Okay. All right. Thank you. It sounds like you got a way forward there. All right. Director Wheeler.
Yes, sir. Next item on the agenda is item R8, case number RZ24-16, and rezoning case 24-24. Site address is 1920 Southwest Highway 212. 1920, 1900, 1900 Southwest Highway 212 and Southwest Oglesby Bridge Road and 1929 Oglesby Bridge Road. The applicant is Mr. Stephen A. Goodsell. He has two requests before you this afternoon. One is to request to rezone 131.6 acres from agricultural residential to CRS collaborative residential for a single-family residential development, and to rezone 10 acres from agricultural residential to C1 local commercial for neighborhood commercial development. As you can see, highlighted in red, the applicant did submit a modified site plan to staff on 11/9/2024, which reflects an R1 zoning with a reduction in total lots from 242 to 92.
Wow.
And again, we'll kind of go over it again, as the applicant is showing. The stars indicated the subject
Director,
properties.
use your mic now. I want to make
sorry.
sure we pick you up.
Yeah. As indicated from the stars, you can see the subject properties are under consideration for rezoning. This is the zoning map showing, again, the current zoning of the subject property is agricultural residential. Future land use for the subject property is low-density residential. Of note, located to the intersection of 212 and Oglesby Bridge Road, it has two distinction of future land use character areas. One is neighborhood commercial, and the other one is office institutional. The applicant is looking to rezone 10 acres of that intersection. That property located at the intersection for commercial. So I just wanted to highlight, he's indicating that he believes a commercial property should be beneficial at that location due to the future land use character of neighborhood commercial. So just want to clarify that.
Okay.
So you're saying that they want commercial as opposed to neighborhood commercial?
No, neighborhood commercial, I apologize, neighborhood commercial.
They're trying to rezone it to neighborhood commercial.
No, he's rezoning it to C1, but
Right.
he's identified as neighborhood commercial. C1 is allowed in neighborhood commercial.
Oh, okay.
Tracking.
Yeah, I apologize. Too many commercials in that explanation. So, neighborhood commercial allows for C1, which is local commercial.
That's correct.
General commercial is something of more intense use. So, C1 kind of a smaller, intense commercial compared to the general commercial. So, just want to clarify that.
Well, that's very important. I think for a lot of the feedback we've had from our residents, bringing that point of clarification is very important on behalf of the citizens who are interested in knowing what's proposed out there, as well as on behalf of the applicant to make sure that what they're actually trying to do is clearly understood.
Yeah. This is the site plan that the applicant submit. Again, it's going to be kind of hard to see. You should, if you do, I believe you should have those revised site plans in your packet. To the left is the proposed site plan the applicant did submit previously, and then on the right is the revised site plan the applicant submitted. Again, the applicant was looking to do CRS zoning. However, the applicant is now looking to do R1 development standard type development. So again, to just highlight a few things, which staff has put it in red. Again, the updated site plan reflects our R1 zoning standards, and which shows 92 lots. Also, the updated site plan reflects a minimum of 30,000 square feet lots. The updated site plan also shows a reflective of a minimum 100 feet wide lots, as well as showing the gross density down to 1.43 units per acre. Again, with all our applications, staff has asked for internal, external reviews. The only thing of note for water resources is that there is no public wastewater. Sewage will have to run to Scott Creek plant, which is being upgraded. Asked for a timeline from water resources. I have not heard by the time of this meeting, but I do plan on getting concrete information regarding that.
Are they asking for sewer, or is this going to be on septic?
I'll let the applicant ask because, again, due to the revised site plan, he'll probably be able to answer that question better than I can. I also want to clarify as well, too, because this application has gone through the Planning Commission, the Planning Commission has already recommended denial, and staff's original recommendation was denial as well. However, with the revised site plan, staff is amenable to this site plan if the board chooses to move forward with the approving of the application.
So the planning commission didn't see this 92 lots?
No, ma'am. So during the hearing, there was a conversation between the applicant and the planning commission, and what the applicant was asking, what type of development standard would they like to see. It was going back and forth between the R1 standard and compared to what some maybe larger lots. So the applicant was amenable to R1 standards at that conversation. So that's where that's why he brought this before staff as well as brought this before you this afternoon.
Wow. That's
interesting.
It is interesting in a lot of ways. And the first thing, Commissioners, Director Wheeler, that jumped out at me is the reduction of the amount of lots. I want to hear from the applicant at this time, because come on up, Mr. Goodsell. And go ahead and state your name and who you're with for the record.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Steve Goodsell. I'm working with the landowner, Mr. Ben C., to develop his property he's owned for some 52 years. Mr. C. has the constitutionally protected right to make fair and reasonable use of his property. It's currently zoned as AR, and is a guy that's developed in this submarket for 39 years as of this week. I can tell you that I cannot economically develop it as AR. Now, I understand that the fact that it isn't developable as AR doesn't mean it's then developable for anything. And we had a plan, and we were proud of it. It was innovative. It was dense. The density allowed for the innovation. You've got to have sewer to do much different from what you've seen a lot of for years and years. We had pocket parks. We had community gardens. We had a sport court. We had nature trails and 30% common area. We thought it was fantastic. The people sitting behind me did not. And we heard them. You've noted it's a huge reduction, 60-something% reduction in lots. Here's how that worked out. Once we were denied that density, we were no longer able to spend the money to tie this into sewer at the Scott Creek plant with a force main and a lift station. As soon as you give up sewer, you've given up just about everything else. So we have a piece of property here that, like many in Rockdale, has its geographic challenges. I tasked my engineer to see what we could do with the rules that are in place for R1. R1 because adjacent to us to the north is an R1 subdivision. R1 when the lots were 20,000 square foot minimum, not 30. I know that subdivision well. I developed it 20 years ago. Across 212 on the other side, Manchester, I developed that as well, 20,000 square foot lots. The density we're looking for and the lot size we're looking for, well, the density is going to be much lower and the lot size is going to be much bigger, okay? Director Wheeler mentioned something about 1.4 units. I'm not sure which plan that refers to, but if you take the 131 acres that we have and divide that into the 92, you're going to get 0.7. And I know we've been sitting here all night talking about 1.6 and 1.8 and 2.0 and whatever. This is a very low density plan, well below the average density of an AR subdivision like this is now developed. So people ask, well, why don't you just stay as AR? There's a good reason. Every foot of development is more expensive now by a long shot than ever before. And this is why we wrestle with having affordable housing for regular people. If this was AR, we would have to have 120 feet of frontage. Everything goes up 20%. And we'd be pushing this project from what'll be, you know, a higher end house in Rockdale County. If we had to add 20% to our costs on the lot development, we'd have to add 20% onto our costs, and we would push the product outside of the affordability of this market. That's why I stand here and say this cannot be economically developed as they are. We deserve something else. And when we spoke last, I guess 3 weeks ago, you acknowledged that something else might be worthy of consideration. Y'all sent me back to talk to the community. I looked up the community's phone number in the book and it wasn't there. They don't have an email address either. So it's a little more difficult than it sounds like, but I believe we've addressed this. The way I went about this was I looked back to see who were the speakers and realized they would be among the most plugged in to the community because they were able to organize the community enough to get the speaking time. I communicated with Mr. James Corbett, who lives in Manchester subdivision. I developed his lot right across the street from us, and I said, I would like to see if we can pull together a group. And he says, I'm not, I'm not elected anything, I'm not in charge of anything, I'm not HOA. And I said, no, but you're a voice, can you bring together some folks from the community? And we were able, on short notice, to put together a Zoom meeting where I found what you are well familiar with, a broad range of ideas and thoughts and possibilities. Some from go away, leave your land alone and don't look back, to shoot, I don't, we actually had 2 people, I don't know if anybody's still signed up, that said they approved they liked what we had the first time around.
Any idea how many people you had on that Zoom call, roughly?
I'm going to say 10. Anybody who's on that call? 5 families? Okay. Yeah. We made ourselves available, and we did everything we could to come up with a compromise, and the compromise is in R1, and we went way into the compromise area by reducing our density. We're at larger lots on average than what's all around us. So we feel like what we're asking for is well within the realm of what the county needs to do to respect Mr. C's rights as the property owner. And now, where's Mr. Wheeler going?
Well, he'll be back in a minute. Let me just.
Well, I was going to say, apparently we're doing the commercial as well, and that's a different discussion. I want to make sure I address that at the right time.
Well, he did point that out. He'll be back in a moment. I want to just say this first off. Your concept, you've reduced it down now to 92 lots. Can you speak to this board a little bit about how did you get there in terms of, I heard all of what you just said. You spoke with the community. You guys went back to the drawing board. Talk to us a little about how this happened, because we often talk about the communication piece with the folks in the community. We hear from folks all the time. And of course, on this project, we've heard from a lot of folks. How did you get here?
Okay. The reason I didn't dial in and say the community wants 92 lots, that's not what happened. I bet if polled, they probably would have said they take, off the 240, they probably would have been happy with 140, 150. But this thing, it's a binary choice. You got sewer or you don't have sewer. When it became apparent that nothing north of 200 will get me anything but rotten tomatoes in the back, we said, all right, we're going to drop back to septic. And quite frankly, 92 lots is the best we can do on septic with the current rules for septic tank, and 30,000 square foot lots for the current. Again, we're trying to match the zoning of the properties that surround us. And again, matching it is really outdoing it, because since I developed Manchester in 1993 and Stratford somewhere around 2001, both the septic tank requirements, the septic system requirements, the amount of square footage you needed, and the R1 are greatly different. R1 used to be 20,000 square foot lots. Now it's 30. We used to be able to develop a septic tank on 20,000 square foot lots. Now we need 25,000 square feet of perfect soil in order to do a 3-bedroom house. You want a 4-bedroom house? And we do. That's 27,500. So once we got off of sewer, the bottom dropped out. And I had a very difficult discussion when my poor engineer, I was just beating on him to come up with this, because I had to tell Mr. C, I'm sorry, there's no middle ground, and we're now going to have to go to a greatly reduced project if we're going to get approved and move on. Frankly, I think we deserve a lot more density than this. We can't get it with the septic tank regulations.
Okay, all right. I know Mr. Wheeler will be back here in a moment, but I'm gonna yield to my colleagues just for a second. We've got some more stuff I want to talk about, but Commissioner Washington?
Did you all bring any elevations? I know that we have the elevations changed since we've had a conversation?
The product will change, because the product that we had, we were aiming for a, upper middle market. And in order to hit that these days, it's front entry garages. It's narrower lots, less development costs, less concrete, all of that. While I don't have pictures, I can say that these now can be side entry garages because there's a minimum of 100 feet of frontage. When you do a garage, you need 30 feet on the side to turn around, and then there's 10-foot side setback on the other, and that leaves 60 feet for the house. So we just now have enough room for side entry garages.
Is it the same builder?
At this point, it is. We're now months and months away from being able to start, and my hope is that it will be exactly that builder. We have an understanding between us, and they build a quality product.
Mm-hmm. Are we talking about the commercial yet?
Not yet. I don't want to. I'm gonna stay on this piece, but we're coming to.
Yeah, I'd like to present some other facts before that.
But before we go there, Commissioner Williams.
So I had sent out some architectural designs and landscape conditions that we're using on other properties. Have you thought about incorporating those?
I haven't seen the.
Did I not send those to you?
If you did, I'm sorry. I've been running around like a chicken with my head cut off. There are, if you're talking about Mr. Kelichek's documents.
No, this is something different.
Okay, I may have mishandled the email. We will.
I may have misspoken, so let me just check.
So one of the things that the commission is thinking about is deals with aesthetics and of the product and that you're proposing to put out there. I think that's something certainly she can resend to you. You can get together with her on that. But Commissioner Watts, did you have anything else on this piece before we go to the commercial piece that he's going to talk about?
Or do we want to do the public comment and then handle each of these individually?
Mr. Gissel, we'll take them collectively.
Yeah, we'll take
You can go
all
ahead and
this
speak
together.
on both of your applications, and then we'll do public comment on both.
Okay.
Right. We'll take it all together. Absolutely.
All right, well, just let me know when you're ready for the commercial. We can.
Right now.
We're ready for it.
Right now,
Absolutely.
let's do it.
Yeah, we're ready.
Okay.
All right, and let's, oh, by the way, if anybody needed a copy of the current plan, Stephanie would be happy to hand it to you. Carolina, can you go to the commercial? Okay. If you look up, we are in the northwest corner. Okay, this is the current land use map, and the purple is commercial. We are currently on the land use map designated for neighborhood commercial. Across the street is existing commercial. That's across 212 in the northeast corner. You'll see 6 parcels. Each of the 6 is currently commercial and being used as commercial. If you go across Oglesby Bridge from there, you'll see 3 parcels that are currently zoned commercial. The property across Oglesby Bridge from us is also future land use map designated as commercial. I think this designation is over 20 years old. So folks have had long and fair warning that the long-term plan was for this type of stuff. Across Oglesby Bridge Road, Alpha Petroleum owns each of the parcels that are shown along the frontage of Oglesby Bridge Road in purple. So you've got existing commercial, and you've got a land use map that's called for commercial. You've got a major state highway with a major east-west corridor through South Rockdale. We believe for those reasons that commercial is reasonable. We think it would be a good pairing to have neighborhood commercial. And when we talk about neighborhood commercial, one thing that was made clear to us when we had discussions with different neighbors, they cared about what went in there. And we said we are wide open to and with you on conditions that make this the best neighbor possible for commercial, for residential, because we are going to be out there trying to sell that. So I don't know what all things, there's some things that are already not allowed in neighborhood commercial, but we could certainly throw on top of that things such as liquor stores, vape shops, pawn shops, and the like. We're not looking for anything like that. We're looking for something that is a positive and synergistic with residential, not battling it and hurting it.
Mr. Goodsell, I am so glad to hear you say that yourself. Let me tell you, because in all the emails, some text messages that I received, and rightfully so, this community has spoken very loud and clear, and you've just rattled off a few things that you are already yourself against. Well, the community is against those things too. When you talk about neighborhood commercial, you've got to be sensitive to the neighborhood itself and making sure that what you're projecting or proposing, should I say, to put out there is in line with, and it's going to be a complement to the community. So I'm really, you've done a lot of things that we haven't seen done in a long time from the standpoint of a developer. The communication piece get 5 stars. The reduction of the lots get another 5 stars. And the fact that you've identified the type of, when we talk about this commercial piece, what we know folks don't want, that's another set of 5 stars moving in the right direction.
But do we have them as conditions though?
We'd be happy to agree to any of those things that I mentioned, and I'm sure there's some things I haven't mentioned, and there's a lot of things that folks think can be done that really, we can't do a strip club down there, and we don't want to, and there's all these things are prohibited already, a lot of things.
Right, that ain't gonna happen.
No, what I was speaking hyperbolically, but I just was trying to make the point, there are a lot of things that we can't do, and then there's a lot of things that we know better than to do for our own sakes and for our neighbors. I mean, Mr. C's been here 52 years. He knows a lot of the folks in the area. It's not his intention to leave a negative. He's instructed me as a developer to do this and do this right.
Commissioners, we've heard a lot from Mr. Goodsell. We got to keep it on top of the clock here. Where were you at this point, Commissioner Washington?
I'm concerned about the commercial on septic though. Could you speak to any perceived issues that you have seen with commercial on the subject?
I think the relevant issue here is when we talk about 10 acres of commercial, the net will be considerably less than that because we have to have a drain field to service the potential commercial. It would bring us not quite, but almost down to the size of the existing other 2 corners that are currently developed commercial. It's not easy doing that. You use valuable land doing that, but we can't afford to get to sewer. And the existing commercial corners across from us and catty cornered from us, they're on septic now.
Oh.
Yeah, so is
there's no sewer in this.
So is the Publix at 138 and 212. They're on it. They're on it also.
And if you look ever look behind that Publix, you'll see a ginormous field that looks like it has no purpose, but that's the drain field for the septic system.
Yeah, the cost would outweigh the project to try to go otherwise. And I mean, we've got that. That's the Rockdale County problem all over the county. I mean, we got rock everywhere. So
I had not emailed those to you. I just did.
Thank you. I'll be glad to take a look and see what we can do.
Okay.
Leadership is ownership. She just owned it.
I appreciate that.
All right. Okay. Anything else regarding the commercial piece? Okay. All right. We have any opposition to these proposed projects?
We have 8 opposition and 1 in support.
Okay. Let's start with the opposition first.
Okay. David Nash.
Come on up, Mr. Nash.
Thanks for letting me speak.
Yes, sir.
My name is David Nash. I live at 1529 Devonshire Way with my wife Deborah and my 10-year-old son Wilder. We bought the house, which is on 27 acres, 3 years ago. We have the longest border with the sea property. If you look at the north, actually I can show you on here.
Oh, I'm very familiar with the sea property.
So marked out where you can see it. So we have about 1,000-foot border, and Mr. Kitchens has a border there with him.
Okay.
And so we're really the only private property owners that have a direct border with the property, and ours is the longest. So we're going to be intimately affected by this, where a lot of people aren't. It's not just a theory, that we know there's going to be more traffic. We accept that. And just to say, I don't have any opposition to the commercial thing. If they want to try and put something in there, go ahead, because across the street there's empty, storefronts right now. So I'm sure they're aware of that. I bought this house. It's my first house. I was hoping to be my last. We looked long and hard for a place for our son to grow up where he was safe to roam and play in the creeks and the woods. And we thought we'd found it. And if we'd known that this horse farm that was to the south of us was going to plop into what was 240 houses, we probably wouldn't have moved there, to be honest. The new plan, which Steve brought out to show Doug Kitchens and myself this last Tuesday at 92 houses, is a great improvement. The only suggestion we made was if we could add a buffer along our property line against the creek. And Steve told me that wasn't possible. They wouldn't be able to do that. We're concerned about the safety of our son playing back there. We're concerned about erosion. We're concerned about wildlife and preservation of that. And so that's really the only ask we had was to add a buffer. Let's see, look at my notes. See, things changed. Definitely gone from 242 to 92. So, the communication thing. I think they've been working on this, the two of them, for 3 years now, and never reached out to Doug Kitchens, who's been there 67 years, his entire life, or to myself, to feel us out before developing this plan. I think if they had, we would have told them 242 is definitely going to be a shock to the community, and we could have predicted the pushback on that. I think my wife is up next, and she's probably going to have some stuff to say. My only question about this process is, he started wanting to zone from AR to CRS, and realized that wasn't going to work. Put the brakes on a little bit, and now midstream we're trying to go from AR to R1 without going through the proper process. I know that if you guys can approve it, then they'll go back and they'll review it, but it kind of takes our input out of the equation if we just kind of skip that. So I guess my only ask, which I asked at the Planning Commission last week, was to request that this be put back through the system so that it's done through the proper channels. The new drawing is out there for everyone to see. The community can comment on it. And so I would ask that we do that we not approve this and we go back through the process again if he wants to change his request.
Mr. Nash, I'm going to come to you in just a second, Commissioner. I want to ask Mr. Nash something, because really listening to what you have shared. So I want you to go back to your primary concern about this property. You showed the map where
Right.
you buffer up to it, so does Mr. Kitchens, and you tell me about your primary concern. I want to hear that again.
Well, it's just that we found our little slice of heaven, 27 acres in a rural community, and we have on the north of us, we go through Stratford to get to our property, so that's to the north. We have neighbors there. We have Mr. Kitchens, who's a long-term resident, to our east, and we have the monastery, thank you, going blank, to our west. And I thought we had a horse farm to our north that was undeveloped, and like I said, if we'd known that was going to be developed, we probably wouldn't have bought it.
Right, and I just want you to restate your primary concern. You said it a little while ago, but I just want to hear that
The safety
again.
of our child is probably our main concern.
And you would like to
We're
have
uniquely situated, having such a long border with,
Yes, sir.
with the property.
Yeah, that's
1,000-foot border, and
Yes.
our son, that creek is the biggest creek on our property. He plays in it all the time. So, like I said, the 92 is great. We think that's kind of what we wanted to begin with, was keep it on septic, smaller number of lots. All I've asked is really to have some more of a buffer between the properties.
Okay, that's what I was wanting to hear again. You asked about a buffer, and I just
Was
wanted
told
to
that wasn't
restate
doable.
that. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. All right,
Thank
thank you.
How much,
Mr. Nash?
how much land would the buffer be?
Well, I think there's already a 75-foot moratorium on building. Yes, there's a stream buffer. I was just asking like 100-foot and a fence, which I know is a big ask, but you know, I've heard from other people that have had these properties, these developments go in, and what it is usually is the teenagers coming across and vandalizing and things like that. So I have people that I know have had that issue, and so that's, and plus our child, he really can't distinguish your intentions very well. He's autistic.
Okay.
So we're worried about that. I know this, we have a unique situation, but we do have the longest border with them.
Well,
That's why
we
I'm here
respect
speaking.
that, and we appreciate you sharing that with us. We hear you loud and clear.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Next speaker, Deborah Gearin.
So, okay, she's going to yield. He did a great job speaking on behalf of the family. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Next speaker, please.
Charlotte Shakelock.
Come on up, Miss Charlotte. You've been sitting here with us throughout the whole meeting.
Absolutely.
Well, we appreciate your patience.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members. I would just like to say that we moved to Rockdale County in 1984, so we've been here for 40 years. One of the reasons that we moved here as well is for the kind of laid-back living and the fact that there was more room between the houses. And we moved from Fort Lauderdale, where we were like jammed up, and we really didn't want to move to another place like that. And I've been really impressed with the board's focus on what the county wants and what we want our community to look at. Now, as far as the property is concerned, I don't really have a problem with the 92 lots. And that's totally a different ball game than the 240 that were there. What I am concerned about is our infrastructure, you know, and after hearing all of these other people wanting to develop in the hundreds, you know, about our school system, about our roads, about all of those things. So I am concerned that our infrastructure really is not up to par to the building requests that we're seeing. I also am concerned with changing the zoning. If we change this zoning, does that give us a precedent to where we have to change everybody that comes forward to the same R1, or else they're going to take us to court for litigation and cost the taxpayers money that, you know. So my concern is that, you know, I really would like to keep our growth in check. And after hearing today, it's not specifically Mr. C's property, it's all the properties that are being requested. And I don't want us to approve something because it's a good idea here and then turn around and have to cede that same affordability to everybody else in the county. And the other thing is that, you know, a lot of the people are talking about the profitability. Well, everybody wants a profitability with their investments, but it's not the county's responsibility to ensure that profitability. And, you know, it's a constitutional right to come and ask for rezoning. It's also a constitutional right to come before the board and say, we object to this for these reasons. And I would just like to ask everybody to please keep their eye on Rockdale County and what we want this county to be in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I have something to say about the commercial. Is now the time?
Go ahead. Go ahead and get it out. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I don't really have an objection to commercial per se, other than the fact that we already have a lot of vacant commercial buildings already on the corner of Oglesby Bridge and Georgia 20. that is a shopping center that never could get off the ground. Right now, I think it's Goodwill and it's storage and it's Dollar Tree. Those are not the type of things that we want in our counties. And we don't want another vacant shopping center or whatever it is for juvenile delinquents to hang out at. And we need to focus on like other places that the young folks can hang out and not create things that attractive nuisances, if you will. So, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
An ice cream shop pops into my head.
Ice cream shop?
Yes, an ice cream shop.
Since you make your own, we'll let you open that. Down.
Douglas Kitchens? I don't see Mr. Kitchens. Yes. Okay, Richard.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and
Yes,
Commissioners, and I just want to get this out first. I'm a new resident to Rockdale County. I've been here a little over 5 years. I retired, came down here, and I'm not a Falcon fan. All right, so we're going to get that out
That's
first.
your disclaimer.
We're going to get that out first.
Well, since you've been a man straight up, we're going to say welcome to Rockdale County. Where you coming to us from?
Jersey.
Jersey, okay.
And I'm not a Giant fan or a Jet either.
All right.
As long as you're not a cowgirl or
No,
a paint.
Miami.
Okay, we'll take Miami.
I just want to say, this is new to me. A lot of this is new to me. I'm trying to learn the ropes of Rockdale County. I love where I live. I actually live in Manchester. I would tell you a couple things, but I'm not going to do that. It's nice to see a face to the property, Mr. C. I'm very impressed with the difference they made from the 240-something to 92. I know I said on the card I opposed, but with the difference in it, I really, I'm not speaking for all the neighbors in Manchester, but I think it's a great deal what he did, and I appreciate it. What I'd like to see, though, is Rockdale, the engineering department, somebody's going to have to do a little more studying of traffic impact, because I'm telling you right now, I've been involved with traffic for 33 years before I retired and came down here. Manchester, we're getting squeezed in between 3 developments. And right now, we have a lot of people that cut through our neighborhood because of the traffic light, and the road just can't handle everything. So Manchester is a cut through. With these developments going in on Honey Creek, that property, it's going to be worse. And I really like to see a good study done on that, because I think it's going to jeopardize a lot of people. There's a lot of senior citizens in that development, and it's going to make a difference. Also, I think it's going to be, taxing emergency services with these developments, all of them. I mean, the police have their hands full now. The fire departments, it takes time to get to their locations. You're going to have a lot more houses in the area, so it's going to be more time consuming. One thing I would like, I know it's a little different down here, it's dark in Georgia. I don't care where you go, everywhere is dark in Georgia. Plus you don't have shoulders. It would be great, though, if by some chance with all these developments going in, not that they can do whole Rockdale, but it would be nice to make some of these developments responsible for better lighting in the areas. Because right now, we do have a little issue of theft in our development, people trying to break into cars, and my house was one of them. So the lighting's not great, but it would be nice if we could start having some of these developers be responsible for lighting up the area a little more. And with that being said, like I said, it's nice to see a face to the property, and like you said, sooner or later, somebody's going to sell, regardless if he's selling now or somebody's selling later, but things will be developed. There's no stopping it.
It's just a matter of how quick we're going to do it. So,
well, first of all, thank you again. Welcome to Rockdale County. Thank you for coming out to this meeting and letting your voice be heard in the county. We have made some changes in terms of our ordinances through our Planning and Development Department as it relates to lighting. Even in Georgia is a rural state. Rockdale County is a rural county, particularly out in the southern district of the county. You coming from New Jersey, you probably used to a lot of concrete and sidewalks. Well,
Yeah.
in Georgia, we're rural. We weren't built that way.
ditches and woods.
Yes. So, however, in a lot of our developments, we are asking the developers to certainly consider that. That has been one of the biggest requests with a lot of our residents, that we try to incorporate sidewalks. And certainly we've done our due diligence to include lighting. Lighting is very important, and it lends itself to security and safety. So thank you so much. Thank you for coming.
And there was one more thing. I know you said meeting with the residents and stuff. I don't know how many you met with in our development, or how many you spoke with, but I think it's important that they do reach out to the residents in that area when it comes to commercial, because trust me, that would make a big difference on people's decisions on going forward with things. Because listen, I don't want to see, no offense to anybody in here, if you own it, I don't want to see another Dollar Tree. I don't want to see another gas station, and I don't want to see another liquor store. But it would be nice if they communicate with the neighbors so we can have a little bit of input on what goes in there, and I think it'll go a long way.
We support it. Thank you so much. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Deb Nielsen. Deb?
Can I say something?
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner.
If you could get with the residents of Manchester and get me those suggestions, as well as things, we've already said no gas station, no liquor stores, no hair beauty supply stores, no vape shops, things like that. But if you can get other things that you don't want, as well as some of the things that you would like for us to pursue, then we can come up with a marketing plan for the things that we want, and that could benefit the community.
Okay, definitely. Thank you.
All right.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It's
Yes,
almost
ma'am.
evening
And,
now.
yeah, it is evening. So obviously, a lot of people have said what I wanted to say, so I will not continue to call that banana yellow.
Yellow,
I'm
right.
going to be very brief, and I want to summarize some things that I've noticed. And again,
ma'am.
I just happened to be at see the sign on 212 about the Seas Farm, and that's kind of what brought me to the planning meeting last week. And it was denied for several reasons. It was denied because of septic, drainage, and the infrastructure, traffic. There was a big issue about the school and the fact that those schools in that area, those kids are being housed in trailers. So there was a big issue about, not having enough capacity for the newer kids that were coming in. So that would be coming in. I applaud Mr. Goodsell highly for revamping the plan, and because there was some inconsistencies in the plan. It went from 242 to 230. That was all in two different proposals. One that was online, one that was that we actually saw. So making a 62%, I just did the math, making a 62% reduction, I applaud him for that. The only thing I would say about all the developers and all the activities that I'm seeing these days, the influx into Rockdale County, these plans is almost like they're half-baked, and then they got to go back and tweak them a little bit, and they tweak and tweak and tweak, which is not a problem because we know things don't always roll out like we want them to. But if you did your homework in advance, and you're talking to your community, you're talking to everybody that's involved, then you won't have to tweak as much. I work for a Fortune 50 company, so we had to get it right pretty much the first and second time. It was no going back and tweaking. I really applaud you, Commissioner Washington, for asking that question about elevation. I have not seen I just got a copy of the new plan. I have not seen the elevation. That's important to me because I'm on the south side of Augustburg Bridge Road. There are no subdivisions there that obviously have 92 houses there. we're all like 30, 40 houses at best. So to have a project for 92 houses is pretty much a little bit robust things we haven't seen. So the infrastructure, of course, needs to be looked at. Traffic studies, I would like to see those done on actual communities, not just projections, not just a one-day study, which is what I saw on their website. So because there's software that can get you that type of information. So I basically want to just, the question that the doctor had, if you rezone it, then what's to say, now you piggybacked on that, I appreciate that. What's to say that the next developer would come in and just do something different? I thought that was a very valid question. And going back to what she said about the vacant strip mall plaza, it's been vacant for a while. So I don't want to, my 2 minutes is up. I took a Dale Carnegie class, so I know how to talk, and I know how to talk really fast. And I think that's it. I'm still opposed to the 92 houses, but I applaud the fact that he did go back and look at everything holistically. Talk to Deerwood residents. I don't think that guy's in here today, but he had not heard from Mr. Goodsell in the last meeting. So collectively, we can make Rockdale a better county.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes, ma'am. I got to just tell her this. We certainly do appreciate your energy, too. Absolutely. Yes, you got good energy. Who's up next?
Kirkland Lupton.
Mr. Lofton has already left the building. Go to the next one.
Okay. Diane Saucier? Nope. Okay. We have one in support.
Okay.
And that is Courtney Muffett.
Okay. Ms. Courtney? All right.
I ran out the house thinking I was going to miss the opportunity to speak. I left my talking points. So I'm going to try to look at them on my phone. Thank God I didn't forget my glasses. And I'm surprised that from the Manchester subdivision, where I do reside, domiciled, there was another homeowner in support, and also resonate with that homeowner that we have not. So the communication in that subdivision is very deliberate. They deliberately, selectively notify who they would like. So the most effective way to get, a lot more involvement from both sides would be the signage. So had I not saw the signage going out, I wouldn't have known about this meeting and the opportunity to speak. I did shake hands with Mr. C and Mr. Goodsell. It was a great opportunity to meet with them and voice my support for them. So several things I would like for you all to approve their recommendations and with conditions, resonating with what Mr. Isdale said, Rick Isdale. Let me find my talking points here. So one of my, so I'm going to talk about, I wasn't intimidated by the 240 initial recommendations, so I'm glad that you went down, but further than I expected, I was going to, say I just approve, or we, the people that I'm speaking for, approve about 130, but 92, that's very aggressive there. So just a little bit about me. I moved here to the state of Georgia in 1992, became a homeowner in the state of Georgia in 2004. So this is my second home. Is a little bit of an upgrade in Rockdale County. So I do agree. Everybody wants their slice of heaven. Everybody wants that. And like you said, hey, we might be slipping on some bananas right now, but everybody wants that. The only thing constant in life is change. But there is a proposal out even now for Rockdale County to reimagine Rockdale County. We can reimagine Rockdale County together. The intersection of Oglesby Bridge and 212 is not anything that anybody can imagine. It's dilapidating. So that is something that I would like to see, like to see develop. So I speak on behalf of residents who cannot speak, who are afraid to speak. Manchester subdivision is divided on a lot of issues. So a lot of people are afraid to speak. So I speak on their behalf. And those who are not privy to the information, like I said, the signage is what helped us get here today. So in the interest of the public, allowing Mr. C's project to commence with their zoning request and development would increase the value and quality of life for the existing tax-paying residents in this area and in this county. So I pay $2,700 per year, so I think I have a vested interest in any type of development in this area, and everybody's constitutional rights should not be abridged or their civil rights, and anything that I say right now is not omitted. I'm not waiving that, it's not omitted. Let's see here, so one of the issues with Manchester, like my appraisal says that we have amenities, which we don't. So I don't know how that's legal to put that on our appraisal. We have no clubhouse, no tennis court. So I wouldn't want access to that when it comes to a new development, but something like, you know, the green space or walkways. I have a 4-year-old granddaughter. I don't really feel comfortable walking with her at the monastery. You know, it's just not visible from the road, you know, things like that. So those things accessible with a new development would be nice, a play area, those type of things. So as I was saying, that the intersection is deteriorating regarding the existing commercial options within walking distance. So like the gas station has gambling in there, but when there's only 8 pumps there, when all those pumps are full, there's no clearance to turn. And when somebody is inside shopping, there's no clearance for other cars to get by and turn. So that would be a bottleneck that would be caused by additional residents. So I would like to know the clear plan for that shell. If they're going to, you know, expand their parking or their clearance when a new subdivision comes in with more residents. So that I would like that clear plan to be spelled out. Let's see. So yeah, he went down on that. As far as people were talking about wildlife and conservation, that's great. But I'm not interested in seeing Highway 212 full of dead deer carcasses any longer. If we know, if anyone is actually interested or, you know, have an interest in conservation, they should know that deer's mating season is October to December every year. But why every year we see so many dead carcasses, plus blood streamed across 212 for miles. So I would think with a new development, that would help maybe the deer population move to higher ground or safer ground. It would be a lot more safer. You know, moving out here, it is wonderful with the nature and the wildlife and all that kind of stuff. I love seeing that. You don't really get that anywhere else in Georgia.
Where'd you come from?
I came from Ohio.
Okay.
Yeah.
Welcome to Rockdale County. Listen, we appreciate you and certainly do appreciate you supporting the applicant. And I want to make sure I give you an opportunity to finish what you have there because you were in support of meeting Mr. C and meeting Mr. Goodsell and complimenting the efforts that they're making. You did a great job with your graphics of describing the whole deer and the blood, but you also talked about that intersection too.
Hopefully people go to sleep
you took me right out to the intersection of 212 and Augustburg Bridge Road there. I was standing there trying not to get hit by a deer. I'm gonna let you wrap it up.
I mean, it's horrible. It's like we want to say we love our nature, but nobody cares.
A lot different than Ohio, isn't it?
Well, there's nothing out there. There's nothing like that out of Ohio.
Thank you so much.
So I would like to comment on the suggestions for, of course, you know, no vape shops, no hairdressing shops, all that kind of stuff. So what I was thinking, we were thinking about recommending were things like a silver sneaker. So there's a workout facility right there right now. It's not being used. Silver sneakers type. I'm over 50 and look like everybody else over here. And most of the people that are going to move here are going to be, you know, hey, let's do something that's going to benefit, you know, our elderly and things like that. Coffee shops, you know, donuts, bagels,
ice cream.
Ice cream, I love that. Smooth, you know, healthy smoothies, healthy options like that. No Dunkin' Donuts, no Starbucks, you know, no Dollar Tree. All the, I support all those against those type of developments for the commercial. Thank you.
Thank you. Y'all give her a round of applause. All right, we have a few more items on our agenda, but the commissioners is calling for another 3-minute break. So we need to take we're gonna take a quick pit stop, 3-minute break, and we're gonna come on back and rock and roll. on the agenda before we adjourn this evening. I want to make sure that we can continue to go down our list. We were mentally prepared that this was going to be a marathon meeting. But we're going to try to, like the Temptations, keep on trucking, baby.
We are on item number 9.
Item number 9. All right.
Yes, sir. Next item on the agenda is flu case 24-05 and rezoning case 2024-18 or 18. Site address is 4250 Southeast Highway 20. Applicant is Mr. John Andrew Nix. The applicant has 2 requests before you this afternoon. One is to amend the future land use map from medium density to commercial and to rezone the subject property, which totals of 12.88 acres from agricultural residential to C2 general commercial, to allow the property to be developed with a commercial uses and including a restaurant. The star indicates the subject property. Again, the subject property is zoned agricultural residential. The future land use map indicates that this subject property is identified as a medium density. This is the proposed site plan. Before I go into this, the applicant has let staff know that they have made some changes to their overall request. However, it's not been reflective in the actual site plan. So again, I'm just going to go over the original request and then have the applicant explain their changes that they are looking to make.
Okay.
So with the original request, the applicant had included 3 buildings, which equal a total of 29,850 square feet. There were supposed to be 3 access points, 2 along McDonough Highway, and the other one access to point Christian Circle. The proposed there would be a 50-foot transitional buffer located to the east of the property or the rear of the property, abutting the existing single-family development. With all our applications, again, staff asks for external comments from other departments. The one thing of note, well, I should say 2 things of note: public wastewater is not available on site, so the applicant would have to use septic to be utilized for the property. A traffic study was conducted. Staff did have concerns regarding the level of service level for Christian Circle. Christian Circle is already experiencing significant traffic issues. The traffic study indicated that with the development at a full build out, the intersection of McDonough Highway and Christian Circle could be worse. Even though the suggestions or the recommendations from the traffic study was to include a controlled stop gap. Speaking to Director Kelly, it was more of a traffic, not a traffic light, but like a stop sign for that. Therefore, staff still had concerns that was not going to be sufficient enough to address the Planning Commission concerns, staff's concerns, as well as the community's concerns regarding intersection going into McDonough Highway and coming onto Christian Circle. So staff had recommended denial for this application, as well as the Planning Commission recommended denial as well. However, staff has not had a chance to do a full analysis of the changes that the applicant is proposing, because again, it's just conceptual. We have not seen the actual plan presented, but I can let the applicant be able to explain that more in depth as he comes up.
So this says, we're on number 9, right?
Yes.
Number 9. So this says approval with conditions.
That is if you choose to approve the recommendation with conditions.
Oh, okay.
And those conditions would be a total of 13. So.
Okay. All right, let's hear from the applicant.
Good afternoon, or maybe it's good evening now.
Good evening.
Good evening.
John Nix and Mark Walton. I asked him to dress up. I want you to notice that he's not wearing a Hawaiian shirt. We're kind of giddy. We've been here just as long as y'all have.
Right.
Could we put up the slide that shows our original site plan, please? I'll let Mark just talk about the buffer and the layout as far, not the buildings, but just how the property is situated and what we're doing to address the concerns of the single-family residential to the rear and to the north of us.
Yeah, at the top of the page, that's the north direction, and there's a residential subdivision up there, and we're proposing a undisturbed 50-foot buffer there. Oh, sorry about that. We're to the north is a residential subdivision. We're proposing a 50-foot undisturbed buffer there.
Okay.
Then on the right-hand side of the drawing, which is to the east, there's an older residential subdivision there. We're proposing a 50-foot undisturbed buffer there also. And you'll notice there's a large amount of green space that the developer really has no intention of using. But so there'll be a fair amount of the property that remains natural.
Okay.
As originally proposed, it was going to be 29,850 square feet of building. After listening to the Planning Commission comments last Thursday and also the recommendation of staff concerning traffic, the owner developer is prepared to, as a condition, reduce that to 16,000 square feet commercial maximum. Wow. In addition, as a condition, they're prepared to, Christian Circle, as you come out onto 20 now, is really tough two-lane. What they're proposing to do is what I would refer to as a queue line, but have a left turn lane dedicated. So it'll be 2 lanes of traffic coming out onto Highway 20. One would be the traffic that would go right, but there would be another queue line between 20 coming almost back. How many feet did we say it would be? Maybe enough for 8 or 9 cars to be in the queue that could turn left. Also, so that would be a condition of our zoning. The third condition is the owner developer has been successful in the past in working with DOT to get turn lanes. They're prepared to go to DOT and see on Georgia 20 if they could construct a left turn lane coming into Christian Circle. And we would make it a condition of the zoning that, subject obviously to GDOT allowing us to do it, the developer is prepared to pay the freight to get that lane constructed on Highway 20. The property has been the way it has been for over 50 years. Wow. Originally, it was a farm. Unlike some of the other property owners that y'all have heard from today, our client has only owned the property for 2 years. So they bought it in the market with the intention of making commercial development here. Having listened to every presentation tonight, and because we did this so quickly on the turn, as far as getting these conditions to staff, we only gave them to them today because I just got the authority last night after a lot of thought. We know we're going to owe y'all some elevations of the architecture, and we will get those to you hopefully in advance of the 10th, because we know that's important. We're also going to see if we can do something, obviously, with this plan, because it's not what we're going to build. We're not going to have 28,500 square feet. So we know we have some homework to do as far as that goes. Oh, one other thing. I was in a meeting the other day. I might as well just say everything I'm going to say, except maybe a minute of rebuttal. I was in a meeting the other day about economic development, and the chief tax assessor was there, and he made it very clear in that meeting, and I think you all know this already, that we basically have our tax digest flipped as to what the ideal would be. The ideal would be around 63% commercial industrial, and 35%, 38% residential, because it just puts way too much pressure on homeowners to support what you've got to do as government to provide services. So we've got a lift to go to make that flip. And unfortunately or unfortunately, part of that flip is going to be commercial. And we heard a couple of arguments through the process about, well, we've got vacant. I just heard it a minute ago. We've got vacant this, vacant that. And I understand that. I drive by it. But when you have folks that have a track record for doing this kind of development and they're willing to expend their money to put the project on the ground, there's nothing in the zoning review that we have to adhere to or we're supposed to. The steps that are given by the state law, the steps y'all have implemented, not one of them says, oh, it's not going to be economically viable. That's not a consideration in zoning, because the market should be driving that, and the market should be driving then the ability of an owner to get the zoning they think can work. And sometimes it doesn't work for the zoning, and sometimes it does. But if an experienced developer says this can go, that's just not an element for consideration, just because there's vacancies other places. Maybe they don't run a good shop. Maybe they don't have a nice center. There's lots of elements to that. And we'll reserve whatever time we have left, but we know we're only working in our 10-minute gap. We're not asking for the 20.
All right. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant at this point?
Did I see someplace on there that one of the things was a restaurant?
Yes. In the original plan, you see on the top of the slide, that's a 5,800 square foot dedicated space for a restaurant. One of the things that we have to go back and consider now that we've taken the space down, the square footage down, is what the 16 will accommodate. And when we come back to you, we'll have a better idea about how that lays out. But he had some people that he was talking to about a restaurant.
Okay. Is there any opposition to this?
Yes, sir. We have 2 public comment cards.
Okay.
First speaker is Ms. Keisha Anderson.
Okay. Ms. Anderson?
Good evening.
Good evening, Ms. Anderson.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I live just at the rear of the property, and I understand he's going to have to build something there. He's allowed to build something there, but it needs to be able to benefit us, because the restaurant, we don't want to deal with the smells of a restaurant being right there. It's not. It's a neighborhood. The traffic, I work in a neighborhood. I work at Ace over there off of Honey Creek. The traffic alone, it takes me 10 minutes to get to work. I'm a mile from the store. It takes me 10 minutes. The traffic is horrible. Even if I'm leaving in the morning time, coming home for lunch, or leaving in the evening, the light at Honey Creek takes me sometimes 3 or 4 times before I can even get through the light. The traffic is backed up all the way up to the entrance of Ace some days because of the traffic being backed up to that area. So what would adding another commercial building to that area add value to the people who live there, who pay taxes and live there too? And I understand, like I said, they're allowed to build something, but we need to be truly mindful of the people who moved out there for the quality of life that it gives us. Because right now, adding that commercial, not adding quality of life, because it's already frustrating having to try to get home and you having to deal with the traffic to get there, to get in and out. It's ridiculous, you know. And I understand some people talk about the animals. I like the animals. I like the quietness of my neighborhood. I'm a gardener. I love just the whole serenity of that. But to add commercial, to add the noise, to just all of that, no, it's not fitting for the area. And yes, I know that he's mentioning the empty lots, the empty commercial. Yes, they were empty, but what they even put in there now, it still doesn't add value, because it's still trash in that area. It still doesn't look worth of anything. And then if you build commercial, does it guarantee it's going to be filled? Because it took 10 years for them to fill that spot, because I've been in Rockdale for 11 years now. And they just put the cube storage there, which to me still doesn't serve a purpose for the community, you know, being that I'm just a quarter of a mile from that area. So I'm just trying to see what in his plans is conducive to adding value to what's already there, because right now, every year the traffic gets worse and worse as they keep adding things to the area. So that's just my piece.
Let me ask, have you had a chance to speak with the applicant offline?
The last time we got to meet with them, and still told them the same thing, that we need to get to a place where it's something that adds value to the neighborhood.
That was going to be my second question.
And we still didn't get to a conclusion with that.
What would be your recommendation?
That's the thing that I've been trying to figure out with my husband. What is conducive for that area? Because my husband said just build some houses, but he said it is, in his mind, build houses there, being that it's only can be septic. And I told him, I said, I don't know if we want that either, but we know it has to be something. It can be something. But commercial, because I've been trying to think of that, and I haven't come up with anything. That's where my problem runs into, being that it's not a huge area, being that it's surrounded by houses and subdivisions.
So let me just say this to you. As you know, we're going to be making a decision on the 10th of December. I would encourage you to, aside from this meeting, with the little time that we all have left before the 10th of December, I would encourage you to do a couple of things. Number one, look at the permitted uses for that area.
I can do that.
And also speak with the applicant. You may be surprised. There may be an opportunity for common ground.
Yes.
And I think if you learn a little bit more about what they're trying to do or what they're trying to accomplish, it may fit into some of the idea that you and your husband had. One of the things that you said that I appreciated, you talked about, because I really know that road, that we know Highway 20 is tight. You're absolutely right. And you talked about the fact you're only a mile away from Ace Calvin Hardware on Honey Creek. Traffic it's a state highway.
It is.
Okay, and traffic is very tight. You got to think about what type of product or development that's going to happen there. Something's going to happen.
Yes, we do.
And I think you're in a great. You have an opportunity to beyond this meeting, but between now and the 10th of December, to get with them, speak to them about some of your ideas, and they may mention of possibly having a restaurant piece in there. I heard what you said. I heard exactly what you said. But, so many things fall under the umbrella of the description of a restaurant. It may not be exactly what you're thinking or naturally come to mind. You may want to sit and talk with them and figure out what their vision is and share a little bit of your vision. It may be an opportunity. I believe in talking. I believe in communicating. So that's what I'm encouraging you to do. But I really appreciate you coming out and sharing that, because being a resident in that area, you experience it every day.
Yes, I do.
Commissioner Washington?
Well, I was going to ask if you can think of things that you absolutely don't want there. Also, we can also condition it, like we talked about earlier, to have things that we absolutely do not want there.
Which y'all already point out: no vape shops, no cleaners, none of that. We got enough liquor stores right down the street, gas station. We got enough of that right down the street. We just got another gas station, which doesn't make any sense, but that's another story.
I think Commissioner Washington, we're saying the same thing. Take advantage of the 2-week window that you have. And Ms. Anderson, thank you so much for coming out this evening.
Thank you.
Okay.
Last person to sign up is Mr. David Manning.
Mr. Manning, come on up, Mr. Manning.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Thanks for hearing me out.
Yes, sir.
David Manning, I live at 2084 Christian Circle, which is a property that joins this property. It's on that east side of older residential. My house is actually the first house on Christian Circle after you turn off of Georgia 20 onto Christian Circle. So the road frontage of my house is on Christian Circle. So I think I've got about 300 feet of property line shared with this property in question. Been there 30 years. I've got a 25-year-old son and or daughter and a 30-year-old son, and brought them both home from the hospital to that house. So we've been there a while. And I do understand the reality that this property at some point would likely be developed, which would require some sort of rezoning. Over the years, 30 years I've lived there, I expected any time to see a rezoning sign pop up there, and here we are. So. But it's 30 years later. I also understand it's unrealistic to believe that this tract of land would never be developed. The question was, okay, when it happens, what's the rezoning going to be, and what's ultimately going to be built there? I do appreciate the developer's plan, at least on the concept, to retain the large area of green space in addition to that 50-foot buffer that's required. And I've actually gone into the woods with a tape measure, measured out 50 feet, and it's nothing when you when you're standing there at the end of that 50 feet looking at your property. It's right there. So that extra green space is definitely a plus. That's something. But I think that something like that should be part of the conditions. Okay, because they've agreed to do that, but there's nothing that could be changed immediately as soon as they start developing the property. So I'm kind of formally requesting that.
So, I'm sorry, could you make that clear? You're asking that they keep the green space at all?
Yeah, make the green space that they have shown to be there in there, because it's a generous buffer, green space, in addition to the 50-foot that kind of isolates our older residential properties from the actual stores, if you will.
I just
Duly noted. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I appreciate the claims by the developer that this will be attractive property with the intent to land some more desirable tenants such as doctor's offices and accounting firms, that sort of thing. We talked about what do we want to be there. My idea of a good time would be, professional building, some accounting, professional offices. I think there's some similar I think it's on Flat Shoals as you leave 138 toward Salem Road. On the right-hand side, there's some lawyers off, something of that type of development. Okay. But of course, a major concern is the traffic. The entrance and exit road into Christian Circle will be very negatively impacted, the residents there. Speeding's already a problem on Christian Circle. That's a 30-mile-per-hour zone right now with zero enforcement, I might add. And the traffic count will absolutely go up in both directions on Christian Circle. There'll be more traffic to and from Newton County, traffic that uses that road now from Newton County direction, and more traffic from the Georgia 20 direction. In the last few years, just in front of my house, 2 cars have landed in my neighbor's driveway or front yard. Mailbox has been taken out several times, and there's actually been a fatality where a car struck a tree coming through that curve that's my property, my road frontage there. And that's just down from that entrance exit that will be put on Christian Circle for this property, okay? And I cannot in my mind resolve how the 2 lanes on Georgia 20 in front of this development will be able to accommodate the traffic, okay, that may be coming in and out of this property, especially turning left. That's even aggravated in the afternoons and evenings when traffic's really bad there. Without a dedicated turn lane, the full length of that development, I don't see how, you're going to avoid backups from Christian Circle all the way back to Honey Creek Road. If this goes, if the roads are just what they are now. There have already been accidents at the Christian Circle, Georgia 20 intersection, when the front of the property kind of turned into a used car lot. I don't know if any of you saw that, but I think that just caused some attention there, and there were some accidents there. And there'll be more accidents as the development goes in. I understand the traffic study didn't warrant a traffic light at the intersection, but you know what sometimes drives the needs for a traffic light after the fact? Fatalities. That's when they end up putting a traffic light in. I can see that happen at this intersection should the development go in without major improvements to Georgia 20 and that intersection at Christian Circle. And of course, the concern is the type of businesses that will be going in. A trend of late seems to be vape shops. There's 3 in Honey Creek area right now. Liquor stores. This case and other cases have kind of rattled off what we don't want.
Right.
Okay. And like I said, professional office, the county doctor's offices, things like that would be suitable, I think. And I'm concerned about light pollution, noise. I understand that downlighting will be used for parking lots, but there's still that glow in the sky beside my property that's going to be there. And quickly, my overall message to the board: South Rockdale has a character. It's different from North Rockdale. It's not necessarily better, just different. But it's the reason people moved there years ago, and the reason people like to move there now. Okay. South Rockdale's a great getaway from the I-20 area of Rockdale County. It's rural in places. It's quiet, safer, less congested. There's wildlife, and it's generally safer than other parts of the county. If we need to go shop, go out to eat, guess what? We can go to town and do that, and then come back to our peace and quiet when we're done, right? I understand urban sprawl where a already commercial area kind of moves out into residential. That happens. But if you look at this case, nearly a mile each way on this side of Georgia 20 is all residential, north and south of the property, and really on the other side as well. So I don't know of any other development in Rockdale, in South Rockdale at least, that's that way, where it's completely surrounded by residential, and you're looking to put a commercial property here. If you approve the rezoning without some very deliberate and well thought out conditions, I think it'll absolutely be a negative impact on our quality of life. It'll bring down our property values, and all this said, we just simply don't need or want this type of development.
Well, I certainly appreciate you coming out this evening and hanging in there with us throughout this meeting. Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
All right. Very good. Hear back from the applicant.
I just want for the record to say that because Mr. Manning couldn't get here right on time, there was concern about whether or not he could have a card filled out, and I filled his card out. And I want to take it back.
It's too late.
But unless y'all have questions, I think we've addressed the issues.
Well, thank you. Commissioners, any questions for the applicant? All right, let's keep it moving.
Our next case is REZ 2024-19. The site address is 3031 Northeast Highway 138, and the applicant is Mr. Andrew Ship. The applicant is requesting to rezone 230.35 acres of a 3.53 acre property from AR. Next slide, Carolina, please. From AR to MRU, mixed residential uses. The staff has the opinion, this is what the applicant came to us with, but after speaking with the applicant, we recommended, instead of him using MRU, that CRS would be a more appropriate zoning designation for his development, and he was in agreement with that.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, so when the applicant came before staff, again, they wanted to do the MRU development. However, after staff analyzing the plan, staff believed that what they were going for was a CRS type zoning category. Of course, we took into consideration all other external reviews, but we thought this would be a better zoning category than the MRU instead of the CRS would be a better zoning category than the MRU because of the different intensities of the MRU compared to the CRS. So,
okay, thank you.
So the zoning map shows that it is ARU, and there's a slither of WP right there to the east, and the future land use is also medium density, and is surrounded by medium density and residential, and a little WP as well. So in summary for this project, the applicant wishes to rezone this parcel to develop the residential community with 230 units. Track 1 will have 200 single-family residences. Track 2 will have 30 single-family residences with a proposed density of 1 unit per acre, which code allows up to 8 units per acre. The applicant is also proposing to have 96.35 acres of permanent green space, creating a buffer of almost 500 feet to the adjacent neighboring properties. Applicant is also proposing to have to include amenities, including 2 fishing ponds and a walk-in path. So we've received all external reviews, and there's no impact on the school system per Rockdale County Education Board, and standard fire and stormwater requirements. Transportation, however, requires a deceleration lane and a traffic study. And Water and Sewer stated that there is water main along the Highway 138 Northeast, and there is public wastewater currently being constructed along Highway 138 and White Road. So as we said before, staff is of the opinion that CRS is a more appropriate designation for this development with a combination of larger lots and smaller lots, and it serves as a transition from the watershed protection district to the single-family residential district. And it is in conformance with the future land use category of medium density. So staff has recommended approval with conditions of this project. However, the Planning Commission voted to deny the request. And they have noted because due to public safety, environmental impacts, and concerns from residents. The applicant is here if you have any more questions, or if you have questions for staff, we're here.
Okay, very good. Let's hear from the applicant.
Good evening.
Mr. Shipp, good evening. Appreciate y'all hanging in there with us.
Thank you, sir. I'm gonna just, it's easier to see sometimes with these overheads. And these are some other additional recommendations. My name is Andy Shipp. I'm here today with my business partner and friend Wendell McNeil and Mark Walton, my engineer. My builder, who's with Fisher Homes, was going to be here, and he had a personal emergency, family emergency, that he couldn't make it.
Okay.
I'm a lifelong resident of Rockdale County, and Mr. McNeil has been here, owned businesses for, I think we said 45 years. Long time. Interestingly, we met, and I know people have heard my speech here, but we met on a Rockdale County Land Use Committee in 1989, where we created in that committee the Watershed Protection District. So I just wanted to start by saying that we are outside of the Watershed Protection District.
So you're very well familiar with the Watershed Protection.
It is as close to sacred as you can get.
Yes.
So
Okay.
we're aware of that. We're here today to ask to rezone a 230-acre portion of a 353-acre tract. Current zoning of AR allows us to put in 1 unit per acre. So that's 230 units. What we're asking for today is the flexibility to move those units around on the site. We have geological features, we have 2 ponds, and as noted, we have rock. The rock sort of undulates under the soil. It's kind of like a mountain underground, really. And in some areas, we have a lot deeper soil, and that's where we want to concentrate our development. We are on the FLUME, the future land use map, as medium density. There's a little bit of confusion of this definition, but it's generally 2 to 4 units an acre. We don't want 2 to 4 units an acre. We want 1 unit an acre. So all we're asking for really today is the flexibility. I want to note that I did make a mistake early on. When we submitted our plan, I confused my neighbors. And we had asked for 347. After meeting with Christopher, he told us we were stupid and to go away and come back when we weren't going to be stupid. We came back again. He said, no, that is not going to work. And we came back a third time with this plan. And so it's been a little bit of iterations. And we do agree, Christopher has proposed 15 conditions. And we agree with all of his conditions. One is a sidewalk along 138, which we hope nobody uses. And maybe we should say subject to DOT approval. But we think he's right in that when you read the CRS, it's a category that says it's created to create a physical single-family detached neighborhood that preserves conservation space, valuable view sheds, and green space into perpetuity. And we think having the 96 acres provides just a valuable buffer. It totally blocks any future access to Fern Ridge to the east. So never and for never they have to worry that somebody's going to cut through their subdivision. It increases their buffer from 50 feet to, depending on where you measure, 500 feet. So they get a 1,000% enhancement. The green space represents 42% of the total subdivision. But the area that we're not developing is 62%. So if you include the area we're not developing, it's really 38% is being developed and 62% is not being developed. In talking to the neighbors, I had one group of neighbors. I thought I had everybody, but I've found some new neighbors. And we've been talking since the Planning Commission. And the concern from a lot of the neighbors is that, well, let me back up. Fire department requires us to have 2 accesses. So Mark has to have an access somewhere. And there's rules about sight lines and being too close to roads. And so this is what works out for the fire department. The issue is the neighbors are worried that the new neighbors could turn left onto Gleaton, which is narrow, and go down Gleaton and do Dennard and then come out at High Rock at the traffic light. And that's what people are doing now. And so one suggestion I have, and I'm willing to make this a condition, is that we put in a concrete, on our exit, we put in a concrete right turn lane. So you're forced from a concrete median to go to the right towards 138. And with the permission of Rockdale County RDOT, we're willing to put in the permission of the neighbors, we're willing to put in a speed bump on the other side, upstream, if you will, to make it doubly unappealing to go that way. We're more than willing to add that as a condition. We've had some other input on landscaping inside the development, and I emailed it to Carolina and handed it to Christopher and handed it to you, where inside the development, we're upgrading our landscape ordinance to purposefully not create a cookie cutter looking landscape, adding bigger trees, adding different species of trees to make a less cookie cutter looking subdivision inside the subdivision. We've submitted some renderings. I know that Commissioner Washington did not like some of them. I'm going to get together with my builder and have him go through his stack of renderings and come back to you with all of the renderings we have in his stack. So I want to reserve the rest of my time, but we're trying to hear the neighbors. We're trying to do what's better than what's allowed on the future land use map. And we love the county like you do. We've been here, we're heavily invested, and we want what's best, and we think that this represents the best of what can be done with the geographic features we're working with.
All right.
We do have people who signed up. We have a total of 13 people who signed up in opposition. The first speaker is Miss Rachel A. Scott.
Ms. Scott, come on up.
Good evening. I'm Rachel Scott, and I live at 2080 Gleaton Road. I'm one of 2 homes that are on the unpaved portion of Gleaton
Ms.
Road.
Scott, pull that doggone mic. Just pull it down. No,
And to
not
stand
reach
up
up.
taller?
No, you can just pull it down. It'll come to you. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm one of 2 homes that are on the unpaved portion of Gleaton Road, which is where I believe the projected entrance exit from this new development will essentially come out in front of my house. If you're not familiar with Gleaton Road, the entire road from side to side is less than from this podium to that wall. There hasn't been a whole lot of information given, so I'm not sure if the county is proposing that the road be widened. Is it going to be like an actual road with pavement and, you know, lines on the road because it's a dirt road? The main concern for me at this point, and I think for a lot of the neighbors, and we've heard it, I've been here now for whatever, 7 hours, traffic. And I don't know, there has to be a balance between what we're creating and what's already here. And I understand that Rockdale County is situated and that I-20 runs this way and 138 runs this way. And everybody from everywhere in North Georgia crosses those two paths every day, apparently. There's currently 52 houses on the entirety of Gleaton Road from one end to the other, and that includes Gleaton Trace that runs off of it. 230 houses, that's in one unit, in one suggested subdivision, is 5 times the amount of housing that is already there. And all of this housing is on acres and acres and acres. And the proposed housing for 230 houses on less than 60 acres. Directly across is White Road, where they're projecting another 93 or 75 in that development. And I also understand that Rockdale County cannot put a stoplight on Highway 138 at White Road, because it's a state road, that has to be done in conjunction and the state has to agree with it. And I would just simply suggest that we get the infrastructure in place. I honestly don't think it's a bad plan for a subdivision and lots of green space, and I'm right across the road from it. But I cannot imagine adding 500 to 600 cars twice a day onto that road, and there's no stoplight. There's no stoplight at White Road. So the only way for those people to get out is directly onto Highway 138. I think the idea of a concrete buffer and they only have to go that way is great, because my proposal was that there be no entrance onto Gleaton Road. And I mean, there are two things that personally I need to get on the record. One is that whatever happens with this construction, that the crews be keenly aware that I bought the fixer-upper that was built in 1900. The water system was put in there in the 60s, and that water line runs from that little yellow house the length of Gleaton Road to Highway 138 to connect to the water. The construction trucks ran over it, broke it last month. The county crews had to come out and replace the line, and they just said, you know, this is going to keep happening. Well, you know, I'm just one, and I'm not saying anything about that. Just be aware that, you know, this does have a small impact on one person. And the other thing, very quickly, is that, hang on. I know that it sounds harmless on the surface, that there's no impact on schools, no impact on traffic. I keep hearing this over and over for like all of these projects, and they keep saying a traffic study needs to be done. A traffic study has, who, when, where do we make the decision before that is done, before the schools are done? Every person that comes up here says there's no impact on the traffic, there's no impact on the schools, there's no impact on the surrounding community. How can that be? That's not possible. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Douglas Witten.
First of all, thank you for being here as long as we've been here. I appreciate your patience, and I appreciate your willingness to listen to citizens.
Well, thank you for coming out. Thank you, sir.
My name is Doug Witham. I live at 1891 Gleaton Road in Conyers. Our family built this home and occupied it since 1989. This proposal, if approved, will have a huge and direct effect on the quality of life for those of us who live there. And for what it's worth, the application says it's at the address of 3031 Highway 138, and it is, but it's also at the corner of Gleaton Road and 138. I live on Gleaton Road, as does Rachel. We are currently zoned AR. Most of the home sites around us are between 1 and 10 acres. This land was zoned for this density and has been for generations. The purchaser of this land knew how it was zoned when he bought it. And now he's applying to have the zoning changed and allow some very high density homes. This would destroy the atmosphere that we live in. Everybody who was on Gleaton Road and Gleaton Trace, and it doesn't seem just to me that after this length of time, for the sake of a developer's profit, we should have the rug pulled out from under us. I often, this area is first populated, everybody knew how it was zoned. We did, that's why, it's one of the reasons we moved there, we found it desirable. I very often ride with my grandkids in our golf cart, and we drive up and down Gleaton Road and say hi to our neighbors. And I have an English Springer, or a Welsh Springer Spaniel, and I walk Kit up and down Gleaton Road several times a week. Our estimate is that if accepted, this zoning change would add more than 500 vehicles a day to our traffic. No more friendly golf cart rides, no more walking the dog. On the layout map, it showed an entrance and exit from the high-density portion of this development onto Gleaton Road. Gleaton Road, where that shows up on that map, is a dirt road. You're going to add hundreds of homes with an exit and an entrance on a dirt road? And the idea of putting a turn in there, I think it's a really good idea. It would keep people who are exiting the new development from turning left on Gleaton Road and driving in front of all of our homes. But it won't do anything about people coming in from the other side. So it's a good idea, it's a help for sure, but it doesn't address the issue. I am not anti-development. If someone chose to buy this property and keep it zoned AR and build single-family homes on 1 acre lots, I would love it. It fits right in where it belongs. That's not what's happening here. And I plead with you commissioners, don't let this happen. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Terry Pickens.
Mr. Pickens?
Hello. I am Terry Pickens. I live at 3420 and 3410 Mashburn Road in the Fern Creek subdivision. I was born in Rockdale County in 1959 at Rockdale County Hospital. It looked a lot different then. But anyway, living in the Fern Creek area, I think I moved back here a few years back and bought some property that belonged to it was in my family. And my brother and I bought a portion of it. My aunt and uncle actually bought that property back in the 80s when they actually developed the Fern Creek area. And the situations that we're looking at is very similar to a lot of the rezoning requests that we've seen come through here today. The number one issue is traffic. And certainly what's going to happen with adding another couple of hundred houses to that particular area is going to be the increased traffic. And people don't always go up and down 138. The concern that we see is that people start using these roads like Dennard Road, Gleaton Road. They start using those for the regular traffic patterns. Like if you're going to go to Covington, are you going to go down 138, take Dogwood? You're going to go down and get I-20? You're going to do something like that? No, you're going to take the easiest route. You're going to come out of your neighborhood, cut through, go down to the horse park, down Costly Mill Road, go that way, down the horse park. Fairly narrow road. Traffic on that road is pretty heavy right now. If you ever tried to pull out onto that road midway between Costly Mill and 138, it's quite heavily traveled right now. You add another, 300 houses, you could see that increasing significantly. And the other option would be is to take Dennard Road. If you exit on Gleaton from that neighborhood, if you exit Gleaton and you want to take a path down through Gleaton Road, you end up on Dennard Road. You can turn right and go back to 138, or you can turn left and go to Costly Mill Road. Costly Mill, you're going to go to the horse park. Those are very narrow roads, very dangerous roads. It's not very, it's quite often coming down Dennard Road from 138, coming back from the store, what have you, that I'll meet cars in my lane coming at me. And it's a 40-mile-an-hour road, but people still tend to drive pretty fast in Rockdale County overall. But that's just one of the aspects of that. Another aspect of it is, if the chart that they put up showing all the houses and everything, there are two main drains to that property, and all of them go from their property to the east and actually flow through Fern Creek subdivision. There are about 8 ponds down below everything that flows out of his property. I have one of those ponds. It's very clean, has nice fish in it, got wonderful wildlife running around there. It's not a day hardly goes by that we don't see, deer, and occasionally all different, we've actually seen ospreys and things of that nature, and owls. We see a little bit of everything out in there. So that's another aspect of it. I'm not saying that we're completely against the development of that property, and I think what Mr. Shipp has proposed is probably not unacceptable, especially by reducing the number of homes that you were talking about on the side of the property that does touch the watershed. So I think that's great. I really do. But I do think that in the construction of his home sites, in the construction of the entire area over there, you have to be very, very sensitive to the runoff from that area. What does it do to your ponds? I know you want your ponds to be beautiful so you can sell those houses for $500,000-$600,000. Absolutely, the ones on the larger lots. So I think that's something to be considered. So as far as the conditions are concerned, I'll just mention this, is that the property owners in that area, when we showed up at the planning department meeting a week ago, we were expecting Mr. Shipp to approach us with trying to put 347 houses in there. And it was changed. We didn't know that. We didn't know anything about conditions. We didn't know anything about an exit coming on Gleaton Road, because that information is not put out to us. You do communicate with everybody that touches that property, and I don't know whether that's the law or whether that's just the way you do things, but the fact of the matter is, when you're talking about a piece of property that's 300, however many acres it is, that property affects a lot more people than just the people that touch it, especially when you're in an area that has one house per 3 acres. That's what we are. In the Fern Creek area, nobody has anything less than 3 acres, and of course in Gleaton, they're one house, per whatever's up there, but it's one house per acre. Is that what it is? So, they're doing it according to agricultural residential. So, nothing against Mr. Shipp. He wants to do what he wants to do with his property, and we appreciate that. But you did know it was agricultural residential when you bought it. Multi-use residential, I think, is just horrible. looking at potentially putting 3 and 4 and 5 houses on a 1 acre piece of property and stacking them in there like cordwood. I don't know if you guys, I'm sure you travel all over the county, and on 138, right across the street from the daycare center, which is as you're approaching Eastway, coming from north, the new subdivision that's been put, or the townhouses that have been put in over there, I mean, my God, they're not quite attractive, are they? Looks like cordwood stacked up on the side of the road. There's no landscape, and I know they're still building, but the townhome's set probably less than 20 feet from Highway 138. That's just, to me, I can't imagine that we would do something like that. So in any case, like I said, there's a lot of aspects of what Mr. Shipp wants to do, but I think we do need to have conditions that are sensitive to the area and the people that live in that area. One thing I do want to comment about the school projections, every single zoning change that I've seen come through here every single one has this same piece of paper from the Rockdale County Board of Education. From all of these developments that are being proposed, we're showing, like I said, it's the same piece of paper. They're showing that they're going to increase, Rockdale County High School is going to increase by 56 students. Now we're talking about 500, 600 houses that I've seen come through here today, right? They're going to increase Rockdale County High School by 56 students. Conyers Middle School is going to increase by 23 students. Hightower Elementary School, which is right there, White Road, High Rock, Mr. Shipp's development, they're showing it's going to increase by 3 people. I mean, where's this coming from? My question is if we're going to get this out of the Board of Education, people that we fund to the nth degree, we spend more money in the state of Georgia on education than states the size of, much larger than us. But we're going to get this kind of BS out of them when we're talking about adding 600,000-700,000 new houses. That makes me highly suspect of some of the other numbers that I get. I actually ran across these just doing a little bit of research online. So, I mean, I understand your predicament here, and that certainly time is of the essence because we're late in the day now. We've got less than 4 weeks before your next meeting where you either approve or deny this kind of stuff. But you know what? When you're talking about people's lives, when you're talking about people's safety, and when you're talking about people's sanity, time's not an issue. You take the time and you do the job right. And that's all I got.
Thank you so much. Yes, sir. Thank you.
That's time, sir. We still have more speakers, but the time limit ran out.
We're out of time?
Yep. Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Do this for me. I want you to just call out the names. I know we're out of time. I just want to acknowledge their presence because these folks have been out here and waiting on us all this meeting. Just announce the names for me.
Denise Clay, Colby Jackson, Alvin Morrow, Carl Moore, Shelley Winters, Monty Telford, Wendell McNeil, Beth Smith, Thomas Russell.
So here's what I'm gonna do. Just stay with me. All right, Director, just follow me here. So here's what we're out of time according to our procedures. But out of respect for the fact that you all have come out and you've been sitting through this meeting all day, now I'm gonna yield and make a waiver here, but it's going to be a tight one. So I'm saying that up front. It's going to be a tight one. I'm going to allow you to come on up, and I'm going to give you just a few minutes because I don't need everybody saying the same thing over and over. But I do want to respect the fact that you have sat out here through this meeting. Call the first person up for me, please.
Denise Clay.
Come on up. Come on up.
Yes. Denise, are you here?
Nope. Good.
Okay. Right.
All right, go to the next one.
Colby Jackson.
Mr. Jackson, come on up.
Ladies and gentlemen, members of the council.
Mr. Jackson, you know you got a tight time on.
I'm gonna sit here and say it.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here today. I stand before you as a concerned member of this community, a community that takes pride in its quality of life, safety, and the well-being of its residents. We are gathered today to voice our deepest concerns about the proposal and construction of over 300 new homes in our area. While the growth is inevitable and often necessary, responsible growth should be always our goal. Unfortunately, the proposed development does not reflect that responsibility. The current infrastructure in our area is already struggling to meet demands of the existing population. Our roads are congested, our schools are crowded, and the access to basic utilities like water and electricity become a strain. What will happen when we add 300 more homes added to the equation? Where will the extra cars go? How will our children get the attention they need to overcrowded classrooms? And most importantly, will we even have the resources to accommodate this such influx of new families? According to this, developers have not reached out to the community. They have not engaged in dialogue with the residents who are directly affected by these changes. The development of the community should involve its people. After all, this is our daily lives, our neighborhood, and the environment we stand to be impacted. Responsible development listens to the community. Beyond the infrastructure concerns, we also need to consider the natural resources. This community is close to the watershed area. It's not in it, but right on the border. Under the new proposal, we're facing the possibility of having a dense community right along the protected watershed area. This is alarming, especially because both of the farm ponds that flowing into the community are flowing into the Yellow River. Removing these protections in the watershed can negatively impact not only our local ecosystem, but the larger ecosystems downstream. This puts our water supply and our natural landscape at risk, threatening a delicate balance that benefits us all. We're not asking for the development to stop completely. We understand the process is important. However, we must take a step back and evaluate the real and long-term impact of this project. Are we ready for it? Is the infrastructure capable of sustaining the growth, or are we setting ourselves up for failure? I urge the council to reconsider the timeline and the scale of this project before we break ground on the new neighborhoods. We need to first build the foundation, invest in the roads, schools, utilities, and the services that we ensure our community to thrive. Let's also work to preserve and protect our watershed areas and maintain the integrity of our natural environment and ensure the safety for our water systems. Most importantly, let's ensure that any development moving forward is done with full community engagement and transparency. This is not about just about new homes. It's about the future community and the well-being of our family. The preservation of our lifestyle we all cherish. Let's work together and ensure that development aligns with the needs of the people that already live here. Thank you.
Mr. Jackson did a great job. Thank you.
We have an overlooked comment card, and next speaker is Mr. Luther Barnes.
Mr. Barnes, come on up, Mr. Barnes. Mr. Barnes, I know you heard all of what Mr. Jackson did a great job. He did an excellent job articulating.
Better job.
Absolutely.
Commissioner, y'all did a better job.
Well, Mr. Jackson did a great job. I want to acknowledge with a young man, he did a great job representing. Come on up, talk to us.
My name is Luther Barnes. I live in the Northampton subdivision.
Yes, sir.
Pretty much everything. Now, when I came in, I signed the form. I didn't want to tie you up.
Don't worry about that. I got you speaking now. Talk to me, Mr. Barnes.
When I'm speaking, my opinion is going to cover White Rock, 138,
yes, sir,
and High Rock, because all that affects me right there.
Yes, sir.
One of the things I'm hearing mostly is about traffic. I've been in this county for 11 years. I realized there was a traffic problem on 138 in that little stretch you were talking about before then, because when I kept trying to figure out who Lieutenant C.J. Smith was. And you know what I'm referring to? If you look on a tree, there's a helmet hanging there. It's been hanging for 11 years that I've been here. I can only figure that was a traffic accident. The man got killed right there. That's all I can figure. When you go down less than 1/10 of a mile where White Rock Road comes to the 138, there's a cross on the side. I remember that person getting killed right there. One of the problems with 138 is when you cross High Rock Road, it goes from between to that one little narrow lane, and everybody races to get into the gap, as we call it, to beat the other car. When you're coming from the opposite side where the fire station is now, when you get in front of Northampton subdivision, the road narrows. Some people don't know that until they get there, so they fight to get over, else they're going to run into the woods. All right, so, and in the middle we have what we call a suicide lane. I've been in it, almost got hit twice, because as I'm trying to turn into Northampton, those cars coming are trying to get into the lane. Okay, so there's obviously a track. I keep hearing about a traffic study. Well, the study's been done. Somebody's going to keep getting killed there. What I don't understand also, I noticed back in July and August, all of a sudden I see construction on 138. So I'm saying, my God, they're widening the highway. No, they were putting in sewer lines, okay, for subdivision coming. In September, I came out of my subdivision and I see a sign that says notice. It's the public notice sign you have to put up. Now, in the zoning meeting that I attended a few weeks, I heard the builders say, well, what we did, we went to the county and the pipe, let me rephrase that. I'm pretty sure this is what I heard, and you can look at the video from the meeting and see. The builder said, well, the pipes were not big enough, so we subsidized the money to pay for the pipes. Now, I didn't know I could subsidize piping to benefit me making money. Okay, this is what's unusual to me. I would think that if you had a plan on a project, you would first you don't put the cart before the horse. How do you spend your money on something before you've got approval for it? So I don't understand that, okay? And I'm learning a lot about county now. The other thing, I would just a couple other things real quick, and bear with me because the young lady's telling everybody over 50 here, I'm just dyeing my hair gray. I'm not over 50, I'm just dyeing my hair gray, all right? However, the thing about schools, if you look at the school system, if you look at the school there at High Rock Road, they've got trailers back there now. So if one subdivision, now what we're looking at, builders keep saying, well, my project is not going to impact it. But collectively, okay, and even south side, north side of the county, all these subdivisions, we're all going to meet at Dogwood Drive and 138 trying to get across the light, okay, as you know. I know they're doing some work there now. I'm not sure what it is, okay, as well. Now, okay, the school impact subdivision cost, the sewer lines being full. Again, that's just basically my concern. My concern is basically like everybody, you've had enough bananas, as you say to the Commissioner. I ask that you deny this. I don't understand why we didn't. My understanding is that Newton County and Henry County said we're going to put a moratorium on building until we study this.
Mr. Barnes, thank you so much. I appreciate your patience this evening. I'm calling the next speaker up.
Okay, that's fine. I hope I made myself clear.
Yes, you did. You did a good job. Thank you.
Mr. Alvin Morrow.
Mr. Morrow's already left. Call the next speaker.
Carl Moore.
Mr. Moore, come on up, Mr. Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, County Commissioners. I just wanted to hit some of the highlights that I did not hear from my neighbors.
Go right ahead.
The gentleman there described the instance of sitting in the turning lane trying to turn left into Northampton or trying to turn left into Gleaton if you're coming from North Monroe. It is a suicide lane. It's extremely scary sitting there. So I traditionally go down to the red light, turn left on Dinner, go up to Gleaton. That I resided. I'm sorry, I didn't introduce myself. I'm Carl Moore, 36-year resident. We built our house on Gleaton in 1988. Raised my family there. My wife and I are aging in place, we'd like to say. We love our house. We want to stay here. But situations like this make us think twice. So as a resident of Gleaton Road, I don't turn left on Gleaton Road coming south on 138. I go down to Dollar General, turn left on Dinner, go back on Gleaton. That is the safest way. Mr. Shipp, I appreciate you saying we're going to turn the traffic back to 138, not on Gleaton, but that's not going to happen, sir. I know it, you know it. The entrance off of Gleaton Road for 500 potential cars per day is extremely dangerous to our children, to our area. Gleaton Road is not even painted. It's just a little subdivision street. It's really not a subdivision. We've been told that when we asked for speed reducers at one point in time. It's just a narrow little street going from 138 to Dinner Road. So, the other thing I wanted to bring up that others haven't heard, when Mr. Shipp bought this property, yes, he can only build, he's got a large amount of green space, and I appreciate that. But that's because he can't build on it. It's rock. Solid granite outcroppings out there. You see it if you go up 138, you see it, can't miss it. So he has a small, narrow area of development, and I get that. He wants to maximize his profits for this investment. But why should the residents of Rockdale County suffer so he can maximize his profits? And I yield.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Ms. Shelley Winters.
How many more you have? Hand them to me, please. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Ms. Winters, go right ahead.
All right. Thank you, commissioners, for extending the time that we can all be heard. My name is Shelley Winters. I live on East High Tower Trail. It's one of the only other dirt roads in the county, and I'm in the watershed protection. So I'm really moved by that. I don't want to see that changed. I'm just going to add my voice to all the people who spoke before me. I agree with most everything they've all said regarding traffic, quality of life, schools, and I'm not going to say any bananas, so I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Ms. Winters. All right. Telford, Monty Telford. Okay. Smith, Beth Smith. Come on up, Ms. Smith.
Thank you. Thank you so much for extending time and allowing us to speak our minds. I am a longtime resident of DeKalb County for 55 plus years, 3.5 years here in Rockdale. I moved from DeKalb for a reason, because DeKalb is overcrowded. I lived over by the Children's Hospital that they've just built, grew up there, born, raised, moved back there from when I moved to Stone Mountain. And I just found that the traffic, the conditions were not within my liking. So my husband and I live at 2750 White Road. We live on a large plot of property, and we brought out here because of the ruralness of Rockdale. I understand change is always going to happen. However, it's currently zoned, and that property can be developed based on the current zoning. I'm not opposed to additional housing. There's infrastructure that could come in with the housing that could come in the current zoning. I want to make sure that it's on record. As the gentleman back there stated, the developer has already funded some of the infrastructure, which none of us here knew about. Meaning Rockdale County has spent money, my taxpayer money, to put in a sewer system down 138 in the anticipation that there would be a larger subdivision in one or both of the properties right there at White Road and 138. With that, we ask that you keep the zoning as is and allow the property and the properties around it to have the same footprint that they currently do today. The developer and his partner stated that that's not conducive to their profit, and they were upset by that and said that they would walk away. The engineer said he would advise them to walk away. We're not here, again, as people have stated, throughout the last 6 hours that I've sat here, or 5 hours that I've sat here, to make them money. We're here to make sure that our livelihoods and our conditions in the areas that we bought stay as they are, as they currently are zoned, and we ask that you deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Mr. Russell. Mr. Russell, come on up, Mr. Russell.
Thank you for listening to. I try to be as succinct as possible. Everybody pretty much said a lot of what I agree with. I did want to mention this, is that as far as coming from an educational standpoint,
yes, sir, that
large influx of people coming to this county, I do understand that there is some sort of demographic as far as the students, but is there any, and this is more a rhetorical question, is there any consideration for the educators? Do we have enough of them to actually educate those students because of overcrowding, classroom overcrowding? And I would also just end with just saying that everybody, at least in this area that I talk to, they do not want this. Everybody that lives in this area, they've been there for either decades, and the people, everybody I talk to, including myself, have sacrificed greatly for the type of lifestyle that we had. If we wanted a big influx of a lot of housing, we probably would have stayed where we were or whatever. But the thing is that we just like to keep it the way it is.
Thank you, Mr. Russell. Thank you so much. Thank you for coming out this evening. Mr. McNeil, I don't know how your name got missed in the...
I'm not sure if I'm blessed or not, but we're not going to have a liquor store.
All right, we've taken care of all of the Let me do this real quick. Is there anybody that wanted to speak that did not speak this evening? Because you put in a lot of time out here, and I want to make sure we afford you that opportunity. Those that didn't, anybody that come on up, ma'am. Come on up. Absolutely. She's going to be the last speaker for the night. No, hang on a minute, sir. Hold on. You know, stay with me. Yeah, go ahead, ma'am.
My name is Terry Cousins. I live in Northampton subdivision. I have been there for 24 years.
Yes, ma'am.
There has been a lot of changes within Conyers and Rockdale County. A lot of them good, a lot of them bad. However, everything is happening all at one time. I am not against anything happening, but can we slow down, pay attention, what we've done so far? Just stop. That doesn't mean stop totally, but just slow down and look and see what we've already created. That's all I ask.
Ms. Cousins, thank you so much. Appreciate you coming out this
Thank
evening.
you.
Thanks for hanging in there with us. Mr. Barnes. Yeah, thank you, sir. Yeah, come on up here. I want you to talk from the microphone, Mr. Barnes. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm giving you an extra special moment here. Absolutely.
I just want to add what I said before. One thing we're not considering also, there are trucks that travel that highway all the time.
Yes, sir.
If Walmart trucks, they're always traveling
Yes, sir.
day and night. That's
Yes,
one
sir.
thing to consider. Now, I'm 70 years old. My wife is 70. I'm probably in my last house. Okay, so I tell all the time, this is home. It's like a baseball game. We're playing baseball, we're rounding second, we're heading home, okay? So I just want to be comfortable and safe where I am. That's all. And that's all I'm at. I'm not saying don't, and I'm surprised I'm saying don't change. I'm saying take time, put a moratorium on it, and let's look at it.
Mr. Barnes, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, Director, what's next? Let's rock and roll.
Okay. The next case is,
I'm going to allow time for the transition for those that want to leave at this point. Go ahead, that way we can hear when we talk. Thank you all for hanging in there with us. Thank you for coming out this evening. Thank you so much. Mr. Moore, thank you. Thank you. Yes, sir. Appreciate you too. Yes, sir. Thank you so much. All right.
okay, we're down to our final two.
Hang on one second. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on with our business so we can hear the last few here. All right, go right ahead, Mr. Tucker.
Our next case is REZ 2024-23. Site address is 1529 Farmer Road. The applicant is Marshanda Farrell. The applicant is requesting to rezone a 1.3 acre property from R1, single-family residential, to M2, general industrial, for an auto body shop. The zoning for this property, as shown by the map, is R1 and is surrounded by R1, M1, and M2 zonings. The future land use map of the property and its surrounding properties is light industrial. All external reviews were received, and again, no impact on school because it's commercial, fire, stormwater, and transportation. There is no wastewater, but they should be using or will be using septic. And just a quick summary, the applicant is requesting to rezone the property from R1 to M2 for auto body shop, and the applicant intends to demolish the existing structures that are there and to construct a 3-bay industrial building, which will house up to 3 mechanic auto body shops.
So let me ask you this. I'm looking at, this is item number 11, is that right?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Okay, and let's move to the recommendation. Staff recommends approval.
Staff recommends approval with 10 conditions, and the
Okay,
planning
and-
commission voted to recommend approval as well.
We have any opposition to this?
We don't.
Okay. All right. I'm going to give the applicant an opportunity to give us a brief If you got anything you want to say real brief, if there's no opposition to you, and we're going to go to the next item. And thank you for hanging in there with us.
Right, thank you all for
Yes,
having me.
ma'am.
Thank you. Hey, Chairman and Commissioners. Hope you all are having a great day. So I'll just be extremely brief, as I was last time. This property was built in 1953, and it was zoned as a residential property. The resident is now in a poor state. Mr. Clark also owns the property that is located next to it. So this is 1529, then the one next to it is 1525, which is already zoned as a industrial property. It also has a residential housing located on it that is in poor condition. Mr. Clark would like to rezone it as the industrial to build a mechanic warehouse with 3 to 7 bays, providing a facility for local entrepreneurs and businessmen to complete their work in a clean and safe environment. That's it.
Sounds good. So what we're really hearing that he won't turn this into the location of Sanford and Son. It's going to be aesthetically pleasing to the community.
Correct.
All right, Commissioner Washington.
I would like some landscaping and aesthetics for the outside as conditions.
I believe we have already submitted that. I have this visual if you would like to see it.
Does it have landscape? It's
Oh, that's
right. No,
CAD
I
drawing.
want something like I want to see what all the landscaping and things so that it's aesthetically pleasing and does not. So right now, I completely trust that you all are going to do a good job. I'm looking 20 years from now for the next owner. I want there to be conditions of landscaping and things so that it runs with the property.
So, Director, let's add to the conditions that we need to make sure this is aesthetically pleasing, and she's asking for some landscaping conditions, making sure that there's some shrubbery or something that's this is good to the eye. And she's talking not just for short term, but long term. Are you tracking with what the commissioner is saying?
Yes.
All right, thank you so much. All right, thank you for hanging in there with us.
All right, thank you. You all
right.
have a great night.
Who do we have next?
We have Mr. Glenn Greenwich, and he's applying for a special use permit to run a veterinary clinic. It is zone AR, and it's in conformance with the area. He'll provide a driveway with parking to accommodate patrons, and the property is connected to public water, but no sewer. All external reviews were no impact, and we, the staff, have recommended approval with 7 conditions, and the Planning Commission has also recommended approval with
Any
these
opposition?
conditions. 1, sir.
One opposition, is that
Yes.
person here?
Apparently not.
Okay, all right. Well, is the applicant here?
Yes, sir. He's
Come
right
on up,
here.
sir. Just a few minutes, like everything working in your favor, so.
Yes, sir. Good evening to everyone. You know, just like you guys, I want to make it home. All right. But you know, being here and being here last week, it proves to me that you know, this needs to happen. It's a benefit to the community, because as you know, I sat there and listened to all the projects about building new homes, and almost all of them spoke about wildlife and animals. Now, I'm proposing this because of a public health issue, right? So as we take away those green spaces, the contact with wildlife, you know, between people and wildlife and people and their domestic animals will increase. Now, that increases the likelihood of what we call zoonotic diseases, things like rabies and many other diseases. And based on what I'm seeing, I've been working the human side of things before, there is going to be an increase in some of these diseases in Rockdale County if we don't do certain things. Because I'm hearing about building lots of things, but I don't hear about some supplemental needs like healthcare, and that's important to me. You know, I work at a clinic in Macon, I own the clinic in Macon. I don't need the extra work, but I live in Rockdale County. I want to protect the county. That's why I'm requesting this.
Thank you for being here tonight. Good job. We'll see you in the days ahead. Thank you so much. What do you have next?
So I'm going to take the next two items. Those are text amendments.
Go right ahead.
First one is text amendment 24-03. This is a partnership with the county school board. Staff is looking to change the land use title, chapter 222 off-street parking standards to allow for bus parking at residential locations. The Board of Education has some bus drivers that park their vehicles located in residential locations. Some of them have been doing it for years. However, due to the recent developments of growing, there have been a few complaints. So therefore, staff is working with the Board of Education to allow for those residents to continue parking until they can be able to transition on out, so there won't be any issues and it won't be a code violation. So staff is in agreement with this text amendment. Planning Commission recommend approval of that. The next text amendment is to update the use table to allow for the creation of 3 uses. Those are trade schools, cosmetology and barber, trade school, apprenticeship, training, and other technical trade schools, and training and other technical and trade schools allowed in M1 zoning district, as well as office institutional, mixed use, C2, and office business park. Again, all of those were some uses that were not created. However, due to the growth of certain sectors, staff believe they would be wise to include these uses inside our use table, therefore to allow a more variety of uses within the commercial and industrial area. Planning Commission recommend approval of the text amendment as well. Do you have any questions of staff?
Well, no questions. I just want to say publicly to you, Director Wheeler, and to your staff, this is certainly, 2024 has been a very challenging year for planning and development. You all have weathered the storm. We appreciate you, and we appreciate you making it to this point. We'll all be looking forward to December the 10th, but good job is what I want to say to you and to all of you. And make sure you share the sentiments with the rest of your team over on West Avenue. We appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
Is there any other business we need to be taking up this evening?
No, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. This meeting is adjourned.
Oh, my God.